Chapter 22-26. P.S. Thank you to Lifetime for your precious monthly votes. Boom! The magic hair glowed brightly, and the blinding light blocked Sei Ito's vision. However, this did not affect Ito Sei's actions. His figure flashed and split into a dozen identical clones. He used instant transmission to appear behind the members of the Asus clan who were besieging him. They attacked the members of the Asus clan in front of him with fists, palms, fire, and thunder. Boom! After a loud noise, all the members of the Asgard clan were sent flying. However, Ito Sei was not going to let them off. He immediately chased after them and used the most violent method to attack the members of the Asus clan like a violent storm. In just a moment, several members of the Asgard clan who were not good at fighting were knocked unconscious by the fierce attacks. They were then stored in the Rubik's Cube world by Sei Ito. Then, Yusho's shadow clone turned around and joined the rest of the members of the Asgard clan. After a while, the last members of the Asgard clan and the Valkyrie warriors were all knocked out, following in the footsteps of the others. In this way, except for the blonde, sword-wielding Adonis, Odin, Freyja, and the few female members of the Asgard clan who were fighting on the city wall, all the Asgard clan who could fight were captured by Sei Ito. I'm going to kill you. At this time, the blonde, sword-wielding Adonis, who was running over, roared when he saw that his compatriots had disappeared. He jumped up high, held his sword with both hands, and slashed down at Sei Ito's head with a force that could split Mount Hua. Sei Ito, who had turned back into a human, raised his head and pointed at the sky with a calm expression. A bright bolt of lightning suddenly flew out from the tip of his finger. It hit the blonde, sword-wielding Adonis' chest like a silver arrow. Crackle, crackle, the blonde, sword-wielding Adonis' body shook and immediately fell backward. Bang! The blonde, sword-wielding Adonis landed on the ground. It raised a small cloud of dust. Then, Sei Ito stretched out his hand and grabbed the air in front of him. The blonde, sword-wielding Adonis, whose body was still flickering with electricity, immediately flew up uncontrollably. When it arrived in front of Sei Ito, its neck coincidentally fell into Sei Ito's palm. Sei Ito grabbed it tightly. Speaking of which, who are you? Sei Ito looked at the Jinfa, sword-wielding Adonis with great interest. The latter was unyielding. He directly opened his mouth and spat thick phlegm on Ito Sei's face. The phlegm shot towards Sei Ito's face like an arrow. Sei Ito tilted his head slightly, and the phlegm flew past his ear, fell to the ground behind. Since you don't want to cooperate, then forget it. I don't need to know who you are, Sei Ito said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of electricity rushed out from his palm and crawled across the blonde, sword-wielding Adonis' body. In the blink of an eye, it covered the blonde, sword-wielding Adonis' entire body. The blonde, sword-wielding Adonis endured the pain and did not allow himself to scream. But his body began to twitch violently, uncontrollably. Not long after, he could no longer withstand the electric shock. He completely fainted. Seeing that the blonde, sword-wielding Adonis had passed out, Sei Ito had a thought and put him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he turned around and looked at the city wall at the top of the gate of the Ask Divine City. At this time, there was a man wearing golden armor and holding a slender golden staff. He was burly and had white hair. But an old man with only one eye was standing at the top of the city wall. He looked coldly at Sei Ito, who was below the city wall. Next to him, there were several other goddesses whose appearances ranged from middle-aged to young. You're finally willing to come out? Odin, Sei Ito said softly as he raised his head slightly and looked into Odin's eyes. Let them go, and I can spare you the death penalty, Odin said softly. They are my bargaining chips. I can't let them go just because you said so. Sei Ito chuckled. Do you think I won't kill you just like that? Odin sneered. No. As the god of war who used force to conquer the 9 lands, you, Odin, won't compromise so easily. But their existence will also give you some consideration, won't it? Before I can be sure that I can defeat you, I won't let them go. Sei Ito smiled. You're playing with fire. Odin narrowed his remaining eye and said in a low voice. You're right. I'm playing with fire. Seito's expression was slightly restrained as he said softly, "Umph." Odin snorted angrily as his body gently floated over the city wall and landed on the ground. "Get ready to bear the wrath of the gods," Odin declared. After saying that, he waved his arm and a blue lightning suddenly flew out from the scepter in his hand and hit Seito. In the movie, he had seen with his own eyes how the light released by this scepter turned the frost giant Laufey into dust. He didn't dare to hesitate as his body moved to the side and avoided the lightning. The lightning that shuttled through the air burned the air and left a faint trace. At this moment, Odin's figure suddenly appeared in front of Seito. The scepter in his hand stirred the air and smashed towards his head. Seito's foot slipped and came to the back of Odin's left side. However, Odin seemed to have expected this. He suddenly stopped the scepter in the air and swung it horizontally towards Seito's body. Seito's figure flashed and left Odin's side. At the same time, he raised his hand and a bolt of lightning flew in front of Odin. Odin clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the bolt of lightning flying towards him. Boom! The bolt of lightning exploded and turned into dozens of small bolts of lightning of different lengths that flew in all directions. As expected of Odin, "You're worthy of my caution," Seito said softly. "I didn't expect a person like you to appear on this small earth," Odin said in a deep voice as he straightened his body and placed his scepter on the ground. "Your information is too outdated. Earth is no longer the desolate world it used to be," Seito said with a smile. "But that's not something you can rely on to provoke the dignity of the Protoss." Odin said coldly, "Protoss? To be honest, you don't give me the feeling of being Protoss at all," Seito said with a slightly mocking expression. "Don't worry, I'll let you know what a real Protoss is," Odin said proudly. After that, he heavily knocked the scepter in his hand on the ground, and an invisible shock wave instantly spread out with the scepter as the center. In the blink of an eye, the shock wave reached Seito's feet and shook the ground. Thick rocks were lifted, and Seito was sent flying into the air. Then, Odin raised his scepter again and shot out several bolts of lightning. Seito, who was in the air, flashed and appeared behind Odin. The heavenly sword suddenly appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Odin's back. Bang! Sparks flew, and the heavenly sword's blade was blocked by Odin's golden armor. Odin grabbed with his hand, and Seito felt the air around him suddenly solidify, forming a solid wall. He was tightly confined in the middle, waiting for Odin to grab him. Seito, who felt the strange situation around him, raised his eyebrows. He drew a sword flower with the heavenly sword in his hand and turned it around to stab at Odin's big hand. Odin closed his palms and clenched them into a fist. He pulled back and punched. A strong force instantly acted on the heavenly sword and sent it flying. Seito let go of his hand, and the heavenly sword flew out. Then, it turned into a gentle white light and drew a large arc in the air like a silk thread, stabbing towards Odin's head. "Be careful," Freyja loudly warned. Odin, who heard the warning, instinctively moved his head and dodged the heavenly sword's stab. However, even though his reaction was timely enough, the heavenly sword, which was as fast as lightning, still left a thin and long wound on his unprotected cheek. Drops of blood immediately flowed down from Odin's cheek. Odin, who was slightly shocked, retreated. He moved out of the way in front of Seito. Seito, who was standing in place, reached out with his hand, and the heavenly sword returned to his palm like a tired bird returning to its nest. Then he stomped his foot. It looked like a simple move. However, the effect was no different from Odin's earlier grab. It was a single stab that compressed the air and pierced towards Odin's neck. Odin's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly swung his staff to meet the heavenly sword. Then, there was a clear clang as the heavenly sword and the staff collided. Seito's power surged, and the heavenly sword emitted a foot-long sword light that pierced straight towards Odin's head. In an instant, an extremely strong sense of death emerged from Odin's heart. Then, Seito, the members of the Asgard clan, and the other soldiers who were watching the battle felt the entire world of Asgard shake. An unbelievably majestic power instantly gushed out from Odin's body, forming a substantial energy storm that sent Sei Ito, who was in front of Odin, flying. Sei Ito, who had been sent flying by the powerful force, trembled after flying for more than 10 meters. He stopped and slowly landed on the ground. "What's going on?" the goddess on the city wall said in a panic. "It's Odin. He stopped the energy supply to Asgard." Freyja, who was the queen of gods, explained calmly. Her face looked very calm, as if she was not worried about Odin at all. However, if one looked closely, they would find that her hand, which was holding the city wall, had already sunk deep into the hard rock. It was obvious that she was nervous. "My dear, please don't let anything happen to you," Freyja prayed secretly. At this time, Odin, who had cut off the energy supply to Asgard, had a sharp rise in his aura. From the original inconspicuous aura, it had become majestic and indomitable. It was as if the whole world was dominated by him. His breathing could become the wind, his voice could turn into thunder, his punches could collapse mountains, and his kicks could crack the earth. A strong sense of majesty and oppression hit Ito, Sei, all the time. Is this Odin's true strength? Sei Ito was somewhat uncertain as he released his aura and turned it into a sharp sword that pierced the sky. He used the powerful sword to split and resist the oppression of Odin's aura. After a moment, Odin, whose aura had stabilized, looked at Sei Ito indifferently and said, "Mortal, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over everyone, and I can spare your life. Go ahead." Under the oppression of Odin's aura, Sei Ito's cells began to be excited, and his blood began to flow rapidly. He gradually felt as if his whole body had come back to life. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stared at Odin's single eye with bright eyes. "Then I'll fulfill your wish," Odin said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his arm, and a large amount of thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air in the sky above Asgard, shooting towards Sei Ito like rain. In the face of such a powerful attack, Sei Ito's expression did not change. He pointed the heavenly sword in his hand toward the sky, and the air of Asgard surged violently. Then, energy swords with the same shape and style as the heavenly sword appeared in the sky. Driven by Sei Ito's thoughts, they rushed toward the thunder and lightning descending from the sky. The thunderbolts and sword auras were like two armies, colliding fiercely in midair. Boom! 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 The violent explosion that resounded through most of Asgard immediately spread in the sky, and then a strong light burst out, illuminating Asgard, which had already entered dusk. At this time, Odin stretched out his hand again and pointed at Sei Ito. Countless fireballs emerged around him and shot towards Sei Ito from all directions. Sei Ito's expression remained unchanged. He also stretched out his hand and pointed at the fireballs. The fireballs exploded in vain, turning into metal swords, which were reflected toward Odin under Sei Ito's control. Seeing this, Odin frowned and waved his hand to create a tornado, which rolled up all the swords, smashed them, and flew toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito smiled softly and pointed at the tornado containing countless metal fragments. The metal fragments in the tornado quickly turned into a stream of water, filling the tornado. Then, Sei Ito's thoughts moved, and the whole tornado froze into a huge ice pillar with a kacha sound. Then, Sei Ito's palm made a grasping motion and closed, and the whole ice pillar immediately burst into pieces, turning into ice fragments all over the sky and swarming toward Odin. Odin once again waved his hand to create a strong wind, which swept up the flying ice crystal fragments and rushed into the sky. It entered the clouds of lightning and thunder, and then turned into rain, falling down with a walala sound. The light of energy appeared around Sei Ito and Odin's bodies at the same time, preventing the rain from falling on them. "Odin, your title as the god of magic is crying," Sei Ito said with a smile. Odin's expression didn't change in the slightest when he heard that, but a strange brilliance appeared in his only remaining eye, which was constantly changing like a kaleidoscope. At the same time, Seito felt his mind suddenly fluctuate, and the surrounding environment became unpredictable. Illusion, then, a dozen people wearing robes with no faces and holding huge scythes in their hands appeared from the void. They looked like the legendary Grim Reapers. They let out strange, dizzying screams and floated to Seito's side, slashing the scythes in their hands at Seito. Chapter 22-27. This is my spiritual world. Seito chuckled when he saw that the scythe was about to fall. Then he closed his 5 fingers, pinched a strange seal, and shouted, "Ja!" In an instant, a golden shock wave spread out with Seito as the center, shattering the surrounding Grim Reapers into powder, and rushed into the distance without slowing down. Wherever the impact passed, cracks would appear in the space. They were densely packed, like an irregular spider web, which looked very disgusting. "Break!" Then Seito shouted again, and another shock wave spread out quickly with him as the center, crashing into the broken space around him, shattering it, and returning the vision to the world of Asgard. However, at this time, a bunch of vines covered with sharp thorns appeared on his body, tightly entangling Ito's sei, piercing the sharp thorns into his skin, injecting a strange secretion into his skin. Under the influence of this secretion, Seito's muscles began to stiffen, and his nerve reflexes became slow. It felt as if he had been petrified by Medusa. "Unfortunately, I'm different from you." Seito looked at Odin and grinned happily. The next moment, there was an explosion, and a powerful electric current burst out from Seito's body, shattering and burning the vines wrapped around his body, allowing Seito to regain his freedom. Well, it's Odin after all. His magic power is much stronger than Gullwig's. It seems that I need to do it again. Seito, who was moving his body slightly, chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, another thunderous sound and electric current emerged from Seito's body. "It's done." Seito, who had discharged the impurities from his body through his pores, smiled. Seeing that his attack was broken again, Odin's expression remained unchanged, and he pointed forward with the golden scepter in his hand. A thick thunderbolt shot down from the clouds with a loud bang, and it blasted straight towards Seito. And this time, Seito, whose expression had not changed, finally changed slightly because he felt very clearly that he was locked on. In other words, no matter how he dodged, this powerful thunderbolt would appear beside him at the first moment until it really attacked him. Understanding the situation, Ito Sei didn't hesitate. He immediately used his mind to support an impact barrier with an arc-shaped surface outside his body, blocking above his head. Boom! The thunderbolt fell and bombarded the barrier erected by Seito, and a dazzling white light burst out, enveloping Seito. However, the white light appeared quickly and dissipated quickly. It only took 2 or 3 seconds. The intensity of the white light could no longer affect the vision of Odin and the other members of the Ashen clan, allowing them to clearly see Seito's situation inside the white light. At this time, electric light flowed on Seito's body, and the clothes from the mortal world were torn apart under the attack of the electric light and fluttered into the air, revealing Seito's perfect body that was originally covered by the clothes. Obviously, Seito's barrier was not able to completely block Odin's divine thunder, and part of the thunderbolt fell on his body. Odin's expression remained unchanged, and he waved the scepter in his hand. Another thick thunderbolt, darker in color than the previous one, descended from the sky again and blasted towards Seito. And it was still the kind of thunderbolt that had the power to lock on. Seito's expression changed, and he used the power of space, telekinesis, and magic to set up 3 layers of defensive barriers above his head. Then, there was a loud bang, and the dazzling white light once again enveloped Seito. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds at this time. A black shadow flashed, and Seito's figure rushed in front of Odin, thrusting the long sword in his hand forward. He stabbed at Odin's eyes. Facing this attack that could have hurt him, Odin's body moved slightly. He dodged it as if he had teleported, and then the slender golden scepter in his hand turned into a spear. It stabbed towards Seito's stomach. Seito's figure flashed, and he also teleported away, appearing behind Odin and thrusting the heavenly sword at Odin's neck. But this time, Odin seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and he calmly lowered his head, avoiding the stab of the longsword. At the same time, the end of the golden scepter in his hand was like an arrow, thrusting towards Seito's abdomen. If he hadn't tried to dodge the attack, his stomach would have been pierced through by the attack. Without any other choice, Seito's figure flashed again, and he appeared above Odin, head down, feet facing the sky, and thrusting the longsword in his hand at Odin's body. Odin twisted his thick waist, and his upper body drew a big half-arc, like a roly-poly toy, to avoid Sei's attack. At the same time, he flipped his free palm, and from the palm of his hand shot out an electric light. Seito's figure blurred, and he disappeared in midair. At this time, the light in Odin's eye fluctuated, and he suddenly turned around, thrusting the scepter in his hand into the void in front of him. Clang! Then, with the sound of metal clashing, Seito's figure emerged from the void, and he was sent flying by the impact of the scepter. Unforgiving, the scepter in Odin's hand shone, and an energy beam was shot out. Seito frowned, and his figure flashed again, disappearing from the void. But in the next moment, with the sound of metal clashing, Seito's figure was once again sent flying by Odin. After finally confirming that Odin wasn't a blind man, Seito didn't use teleportation to attack again, and instead raised his head to look at Odin. Seito thought to himself, noticing the abnormality of Odin's single eye. Then his figure flashed again, and a dozen Seito appeared out of thin air and appeared around Odin at the same time and attacked Odin in a tight order. In the middle of the attack, Odin's expression changed, and his remaining eye widened. He waved the scepter in his hand like a wheel and did his best to resist Seito's concentrated attacks. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clanging sounds rang out from between the two of them. But although Odin blocked quickly, Seito's attacks were too fast and concentrated, and in just a moment, slender sword scars appeared on Odin's face and body. If it weren't for the magic armor forged by the Dwarven King being tough enough, even more scars would have appeared on his body, turning him into a bloody man. "Your Majesty, should we go out and help the king?" A Valkyrie asked. "Do you think Odin will fail?" Freyja was furious when she heard this. She turned her head and stared at the Valkyrie who spoke and questioned her loudly. "His Majesty is invincible." The questioned Valkyrie quickly responded loudly. Then, the Valkyrie bowed her head and apologized. "I said too much." Freyja ignored the Valkyrie after seeing her admit defeat and turned to look at Odin, who was besieged by Seito and looked like he could die at any time. But this situation didn't last long. At this moment, the entire world of Asgard shook again, and an even stronger and more explosive force erupted from Odin's body. Like a tsunami, it sent all the Seito around him flying. Puff, 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 puff. Several Seito turned into smoke and disappeared into the air, leaving behind only one Seito who flew back more than 10 meters before stopping and looking at Odin with a cautious expression. At the same time, in a place that no one else noticed, a wide crack began to appear on the earth of Asgard. At the same time, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and scarlet lightning kept darting between the clouds. The wind whistled and the rain poured down. It was a scene of the end of the world. "Your Majesty," the frightened members of the Asgard clan looked at Freyja in horror. Freyja didn't say anything, but a trace of worry uncontrollably appeared on her face. Obviously, the significance of the scene before her made it impossible for her to maintain her calm. Roar! Odin roared at the sky as his energy surged. Terrifying lightning appeared around him and shot out in all directions. The Seito clenched his left hand, and a set of red full-body armor appeared on his body. It was the Emperor's crimson dragon armor. A moment later, Odin stared at the Sei-Ito, who was wearing the Emperor's crimson dragon armor, and roared, "Mortal, pay the price for your actions." The Sei-Ito didn't speak and was on high alert. Odin raised his hand and imbued a powerful force into the golden scepter in his hand. Then, as if some kind of attribute had been activated, the entire golden scepter immediately bloomed with a powerful light. The scepter's strange front end twisted and finally turned into a spear-like shape. Together with the long and thin body of the scepter, it became a golden spear with boundless power. That could it be? The Sei-Ito's expression changed as he muttered to himself. According to Odin's legends, Odin had a divine spear called Gungnir. This spear had no additional attributes, and that was a sure hit weapon. As long as Odin threw this spear, no matter what state one was in or where one was, one would be attacked by this spear. It had the same attribute as the Spear of Deadthorn, the son of Light Cuculin's noble relic. However, Odin's Gungnir was even more powerful and could attack across realms. However, there was one thing that made Ito Sei feel more fortunate. That was this gun did not have a sure kill attribute. That was to say, as long as Odin did not choose to attack places like the head or the heart, Ito Sei was confident that he could rely on his transcendence consciousness to avoid being hit and survive on the basis of sure kill. Chapter 22-28. Mortal, you'll be nailed to the ground by this spear, Odin announced to Sei-Ito in a cold voice, like a judge. Boss, 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 boss. Sei-Ito did not speak, but the red dragon emperor's armor on his body suddenly roared, strengthening Sei-Ito's strength and pushing Sei-Ito's strength from the peak of the mid-level to the late stage of the gold immortal realm. But Sei-Ito was not done with his preparations. With a thought, he activated the Phoenix incarnation of the Eastern War God, Urislagna's 10 incarnations, and activated the Seraphic speed mode. At the same time, the law of time operated, attaching the strongest time restriction that his body could withstand to his body. In an instant, Sei-Ito felt as if the whole world had stopped spinning. Although he noticed the change in Sei-Ito's momentum and aura, Odin, who was full of confidence in the weapon in his hand, did not change his expression. Like a javelin thrower in the Olympics, he threw the spear in his hand, Gungnir, out. Gungnir, which had just escaped from Odin's hand, flashed and appeared in front of Sei-Ito. Then, as Sei-Ito's pupils shrank sharply, the spear thrust diagonally and hit Sei-Ito's chest. Chong! Crack! In an instant, the breastplate of the Red Dragon Emperor's armor shattered, and it could no longer resist Gungnir's thrust. The spear pierced through the armor, piercing Sei-Ito's skin, chest, and lungs. It brushed past Sei-Ito's heart, pierced through his spine, and protruded out of his back. It broke the back of the Red Dragon Emperor's armor again and suddenly emerged. It carried Sei-Ito's body and stabbed into the ground at a high speed, reaching a height of 0.5 meter. Boom! There was an explosion, and a huge crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared on the ground of Asgard, stirring up dust and shrouding Sei-Ito like a thick fog. What? In the smoke, Ito Sei's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Patton, how are you? Red Dragon Emperor Draeger asked with concern. Fortunately, I won't die, Sei-Ito said with difficulty. But because of the conversation, Ito Kanari spat out a large mouthful of blood after he finished speaking. Ito Kanari's muscles uncontrollably pulled at his wound. As expected of the legendary spear, the speed of the attack had actually exceeded the speed of light. My consciousness had just started to operate, and I was already shot. Ito Sei's eyes were full of amazement and fear as he sighed. Fortunately, he wasn't going to kill you. Otherwise, you would already be dead, Draeger said in a similarly fearful tone. But this is the only time. Next time, I'll definitely be able to react. Sei-Ito gritted his teeth and said. Sei-Ito really didn't like the feeling of almost dying. But there were two sides to every coin, and it was precisely because he had seen Gungnir's attack state. It also allowed Ito-sei to gain a preliminary understanding of Gungnir's attack pattern. Although he could definitely defend against it in the future, in the face of a weapon like Gungnir that could attack faster than the speed of light, Ito-sei would at least be able to react in time like this time. He could only watch as he was pierced through and nailed to the ground. "I don't want there to be a next time," Draeger said, then fell silent. "Neither do I." Sei Ito's mouth twitched. He said softly. Then he raised his arm and endured the pain caused by the wound. He reached for Gungnir's body. Crackle! However, as soon as Sei Ito's hand grasped Gungnir, a powerful force erupted from Gungnir's body. Sei Ito's arm was shaken off, and the rest of the force poured into Sei Ito's body, causing secondary damage to his body. Sei Ito screamed uncontrollably under the intense pain. This was not the worst part. Because part of Gungnir's body was close to the edge of Sei Ito's heart and penetrated his body, a large part of the energy released by Gungnir directly affected his heart, causing Sei Ito's heart to tighten, and he almost went into shock. F***CK. After the explosion of Gungnir's energy, Ito-sei, who had an ugly expression on his face, cursed. At this time, the wind whistled, and the dust that filled the air was blown away, revealing the dark clouds of Asgard, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the sky. Sei Ito turned his head slightly and saw Odin standing at the edge of the pit, looking at him coldly. "Hand over everyone, and I can spare your life," Odin said coldly. "Is this Gungnir? I didn't expect it to be in your hands all this time. I was completely fooled by you. I thought it was just a powerful weapon that symbolized your divine authority." Sei Ito grinned, his blood-red mouth opening and closing. But secretly, Sei Ito used the power of space to create a dimensional partition around his heart, separating his heart from Gungnir. "It seems that you haven't suffered enough," Odin said coldly. Then, as soon as his voice fell, an even more powerful energy erupted from Gungnir again, stimulating Sei Ito's body from the inside. Under the impact of this energy, the body cells that had just been repaired by the energy were broken, the muscles were burned, and all kinds of nerve tissues were destroyed to a great extent. However, his heart was spared. Under the protection of the dimensional partition, it was not impacted by the energy. "Hand over all the Protoss you have captured," Odin said indifferently. "Hey, since you want them so much, I'll give them to you." Sei Ito laughed strangely. With a thought, an Asprotoss warrior that he had captured earlier appeared above Odin's head out of thin air and crashed into him. Odin waved his hand, and a whirlwind appeared under the warrior, supporting him. But before Odin could send the warrior to the side, a violent explosion occurred in an instant, blowing the warrior into a pile of bright red meat paste, which blasted towards Odin along with the energy impact. Energy surged around Odin, forming a barrier that blocked the explosion. Although he did not suffer any damage, a touch of anger emerged on Odin's cold face. But just as Odin was about to activate Gungnir's power again to teach Sei Ito a lesson, another Sei Ito appeared out of thin air above Sei Ito, who was nailed to the ground like the warrior. He held a sledgehammer in both hands and smashed the end of Gungnir's gunshot. Clang! Boom! After a crisp sound, a burst of energy erupted from Gungnir's body, instantly turning Sei Ito into smoke. However, Gungnir also penetrated Sei Ito's body and pierced deeply into the ground behind Sei Ito, leaving a deep round hole. Sei Ito, who had escaped from Gungnir's imprisonment, flashed and disappeared from Odin's sight like a meteor. Seeing Sei Ito escape, Odin roared and stretched out his hand to grab the air. Gungnir, who had been smashed into the ground, suddenly appeared in his hand. Odin raised his arm and threw Gungnir out again. "Nail him down," Odin roared loudly. In an instant, Gungnir flashed and disappeared from Odin's sight. The next moment, Gungnir's figure reappeared in front of Sei Ito. Sei Ito instinctively activated his transcendental consciousness. Time, space, and light immediately became foreign to him. He was like an omniscient and omnipotent god, watching everything that was happening in the world, especially Gungnir, who was slowly piercing his body. Then He moved his hand and held Gungnir in his hand. Gungnir's energy erupted, shaking off Seito's hand and accelerating its piercing into his body. Seito had no choice but to barely avoid being hit in his vitals. Gungnir once again grazed the edge of his heart and pierced through him. Boom! Seito's vision recovered. Gungnir had fiercely nailed him to the ground. The huge impact and energy instantly created a crater with a diameter of nearly 100 meters and a depth of tens of meters on the ground, as if it had been created by a meteorite. Dust filled the air and shrouded everything. Wah! Seito's body shook violently, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. I did it, Seito said with a smug smile. Yes, you did it. I didn't expect you to actually do it. I thought you were just being stubborn, Draeger said with a tone full of admiration. Then he changed the topic and continued. But it was really dangerous. You almost died. Yeah, I almost died. Odin, that old bastard, I'm not done with him, Seito said hatefully. Then, with a thought, he summoned a shadow clone from the Rubik's Cube world that was originally used to accompany the girl. He used the same method as before to smash it at Gungnir. This was not because Seito was lazy, but because after he was nailed by Gungnir, Gungnir had been constantly emitting a kind of power that interfered with the circulation of the power in Seito's body. Although it was not an absolute suppression, some spells could not be cast through the main body, so he could only use this kind of trick. And only he could use this kind of cheating method. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be waiting to be caught by Odin. Boom! After a loud noise, Seito once again escaped from Gungnir's nail, then flashed into the Rubik's Cube world without hesitation. Old bastard, let's play slowly, Seito said hatefully after returning to the Rubik's Cube world. Then he quickly sat down cross-legged in the void and operated his secret arts to repair the damage in his body. Chapter 22-29. P.S. Thanks to Stuck for his precious monthly votes, and thanks to Free Lunatic for his tip. The moment Seito entered the Rubik's Cube world, Odin's figure appeared in front of the crater. With a wave of his hand, Gungnir, which had sunk deep into the ground, appeared in his hand. Oomph! Odin, who had lost sight of Seito, snorted coldly with anger in his eyes. But despite his anger, Odin understood that the most important thing now was not to throw a tantrum. With a thought, he dispersed his power and turned it into a gust of magic wind that blew in all directions. As the light blue magic wind blew, the rain gradually stopped, the lightning slowly disappeared, and the thick dark clouds unwillingly scattered into clumps and pieces under the illumination of the sun, melting into the air. In particular, the cracked earth in Asgard also closed under the magic wind. Green grass grew again, and the scene of prosperity was restored. This scene lasted for more than 10 minutes before it gradually stopped. Odin, who had returned to being an ordinary old man, let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, his body swayed, and an extremely weak expression appeared on his face. Clearly, the eruption of full power was not without its aftereffects for the old Odin. Odin, who relied on Gungnir, which had turned back into a scepter, to support his body, sighed slightly. He looked up at the crater left on the ground in front of him, turned around, and walked back to the Divine City. It was not until a long while later that Odin returned to the Divine City. Dear, are you all right? Seeing Odin return, the God Queen Freyja hurriedly ran down the city wall. She came to Odin's side and held his arm with concern. I'm fine. Odin pushed Freyja's hand away with a slight force. He straightened his body and replied in a dignified voice. Then he ignored the others. He walked back to the palace with the posture of a king under the gazes of the many warriors and goddesses in the city who were lucky enough to come down. Freyja, who watched Odin leave, did not say anything and silently followed him. A moment later, the two returned to the palace. Bang! The guards outside the palace tactfully closed the gate of the palace. At that moment, Odin, who had walked up to the throne, suddenly went limp and sat down on the throne. Odin, Freyja called out softly as she quickly walked up. I'm fine. Odin said. It's just that I've used up a lot of energy. I might need to sleep for a while. Asgard can't leave you now, Freyja said with a worried expression. I know, so I'll stay here for a while. Wait until things have calmed down, then go to sleep, Odin said softly. Don't tell anyone. I know, Freyja nodded. Now we can only pray that nothing will happen during this period, and that person won't appear again. Odin patted the back of Freyja's hand and said in a disappointed tone. Freyja flipped her palm and held Odin's hand. She placed her other hand on the back of his hand. She looked at Odin and pursed her lips without saying a word. However, things did not go as they wished. Not long after they finished speaking, the divine realm was once again in. The first problem was the prison under the divine city. The dark elves had somehow broken through the prison fences and led the captives that Odin and his warriors had captured over the past year to launch an assault on the divine city. Then, a large number of dark elves flying machines suddenly appeared in the world of Asgard. Against Asgard, the divine palace launched an attack. Scarlet energy beams shot toward the divine palace one after another. Normally, this wouldn't be a big problem. There were enough warriors and gods in the divine city. Suppressing these defeated soldiers would be no problem at all. There was also an energy shield outside the divine city, which was enough to block the energy beams from the dark elves' flying machines. But what made Odin feel helpless was the chaos was happening now. Seito's attack had wiped out almost all the male members of the divine race, as well as some warriors. The power in the divine city had been weakened to an extremely low level, and there was simply not enough power to resist the ferocious prisoners of war who had escaped from the prison. They were full of hatred for the Asgardians, so they quickly rushed out of the dungeon and broke into the divine city. Similarly, it was also because of Sei's attack. In order to annihilate the enemy, the power of all of Asgard had been extracted by Odin. Although it was released by him afterwards, it would still take some time for it to completely recover. This made the protective barrier that appeared again much weaker than before. Without the Dark Elves insiders destroying it from the inside, it was broken by the intensive attacks of the Dark Elves aircraft. Fortunately, Asgard's defense did not rely entirely on magic power to form a defensive barrier. There were also defensive settings similar to magic turrets. So, the moment the protective barrier was broken, the entire Divine City's invasion defense system was activated and began to launch defensive attacks against the Dark Elves' flying machines. One after another, magic beams shot into the sky like lasers. The flying machines circled rapidly, dodging the attacks. After an unknown amount of time, with a small change in the void, Ito, who had become intact and had changed into a clean set of clothes, reappeared in the crater he had created with Gungnir. Wow, it seems that something incredible happened in Asgard while I was recuperating. Ito, who slowly floated up from the crater into the air, looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Asgard in front of him and said in a strange voice. In his line of sight at this time, the earth of Asgard was once again covered with cracks, and in terms of width and depth, they were more intense than the last time. The green grass had withered, revealing an earthy brown ground. The sky was full of dark clouds, and one after another, violent energy shot toward the ground like rain, bursting out with loud, rumbling sounds. Heavy rain poured down, and strange flying machines chased and entangled in the sky of Asgard, shooting intense energy beams at each other, as if they were determined to kill each other. Dark Elves. Why did they come to Asgard, even if they are separated by an omnipotent universe? Can Malekith also sense the location of ether? Sei looked at the strangely shaped aircraft, which gave him a strong sense of déjà vu, and said in surprise, "Look at this terrible name. It always reminds me of Zhao Lirong's skit and the spicy, shredded chicken dish." He had overestimated Malekith. Although he could sense the existence of ether, this was only in this universe. But that was only in this single universe. If the ether entered the multiverse, he wouldn't be able to feel it. Plus, it had been swallowed by the swallowing sister Janata, which had deemed it an omnipotent universe. The reason why he and the Dark Elves led by him appeared here, in addition to the ancient memory that the ether was hidden by the Asgard, was also because there was a blood feud between the two races. In the past, it was Odin's father who led people to slaughter the entire Dark Elven race. So with the intention of robbing the ether and taking revenge, they appeared in the world of Asgard as they originally did, and on a larger scale. Even from what Saito saw in front of him, it seemed that they were about to succeed. Well, it's a good time to fish in troubled waters, Saito muttered to himself as he looked at the distant sky where the light beams were flying. Then his figure flashed. He disappeared into the void again. Although Saito and Odin had a grudge, compared to the Dark Elves who planned to return the entire 9 realms and the solar system to darkness, it was nothing. But to help Odin because of this, Saito would never do it because it was not in his own interest. So after thinking about it for a second, Saito made a decision. Steal the goddess. Of course, it was not the kind of theft that had a sexual meaning, but a real theft. He would capture them and bring them back to the Rubik's Cube world. After all, in the current world of Asgard, only they were worthy of Saito's attention. After a while, Saito's figure appeared in the Celestial Palace, and with the convenience of space stealth, he wandered around the entire Celestial Palace. Then, not long after, the figures of the 2 goddesses came into his sight. It should be said that they are indeed worthy of being one of the branches of the giants, the Asgard. Even the goddesses who are not good at fighting have good swordsmanship and show the combat power of the Valkyries. Saito looked at the 2 goddesses in skirts. Holding an azure magic lightsaber in their hands, they fought back to back against a group of monsters like 2 Jedi Knights. He could not help but sigh secretly, but praise was just praise. Saito did not hesitate at all to do what he had to do, and immediately stretched out his hand. He released a ripple in the void and rushed to everyone present. Then the situation in the field changed, and everyone froze in their previous movements like statues. Saito, who had used Time Stop to seal everyone present, ignored the other monsters and grabbed with one hand, putting the 2 Asgard goddesses into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, with a thought, energy arrows appeared out of thin air in front of the monsters that had been frozen by Time Stop, piercing into their heads with a PU sound. After doing all this, Saito did not stay and turned to walk to the other palaces. Boom! The moment he left, the energy arrows that pierced the monsters' heads exploded at the same time, blowing their heads to smithereens. Then the 3rd goddess, the 4th goddess. However, there were only a few goddesses in the Askins. Therefore, after Ito, Sei managed to capture the god queen Freyja from the encirclement of the 3 dark elves. All the goddesses of the Askins were captured by him. But Saito did not stop there, and he started to capture the Valkyries who might still be around. Needless to say, after wandering around the palace, he caught quite a few Valkyries. Although they were not as powerful as the famous Brunhilde, they were much stronger than ordinary warriors. Even if they could not be used as power seeds, after being brainwashed by the willpower energy of the Rubik's Cube world, they could still be used as a group of excellent soldiers. After accomplishing his initial goal, Saito stopped and flew into the air to watch the battle between Odin and the dark elf leader Malekith. The battle between the 2 could be said to be unremarkable. One side used the small amount of ether energy contained in his body to bombard Malekith, while the other used the power of thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Apart from being louder and having a special sound and light effect, it was no different from a barbarian waving a stick in a fight. But in terms of strength, Malekith was much worse than Odin. In addition to the lack of ether in his hands and the fact that his strength had not recovered, it was also because Odin was angry and directly used the Asgard world to cheat him. So after a moment of fighting, Malekith was careless and had his ether shattered by Odin, allowing the violent thunder to hit him. Under the bombardment of the terrifying thunder and lightning energy, Malekith's body immediately emitted white smoke, as if he had been roasted. But don't forget where this was, the Marvel world. Perhaps the application of power was not worse than that of the gods of the main world, but in terms of physical strength, many gods of the main world were much stronger. So even though he was emitting white smoke, Malekith was still alive and well. After a little struggle, he got up from the ground again. But before he could escape, Odin, who had long been provoked by Sei-to, threw Gungnir in his hand, instantly nailing Malekith back to the ground. Malekith opened his mouth wide and let out a silent howl. However, Odin's attack did not stop there. He clenched his right fist, and Gungnir, which was inserted into Maleki's body, burst out with a blazing light. At the same time, a thick thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky, bombarding Maleki's body. Together with the power of Gungnir, the thunderbolt destroyed Maleki's. Under the joint force of these two terrifying forces, Malekith's body turned into charcoal, scattered in a gust of electric wind, and drifted into the distance. Then Odin took back Gungnir and, together with Heimdall, who was fighting with the rest of the Dark Elves, began to clean up the remaining Dark Elves. Although only the two of them were from the Asgard clan, the others were warriors who were selected from various races and tribes. Their strength was high enough that destroying the Dark Elves' aircraft was a piece of cake for them. Therefore, it did not take long for them to clean up the remaining Dark Elves, and only a few managed to escape. At this point, the entire Dark Elven race had completely declined, and their plan to return to darkness had come to an end. Odin, who was high in the sky, glanced down at the palace that had been severely damaged under the attack. He did not speak and silently landed. "Your Majesty, be careful." Bang! Chapter 22:30. With a muffled sound, Odin felt his arm go numb, and the palm holding Gungnir involuntarily loosened. Gungnir left his palm. "How dare you?" Heimdall, dressed in golden armor, shouted angrily and jumped up from the ground. He swung the greatsword in his hand and slashed at Sei-to, who had suddenly appeared in midair. Sei-to's figure flashed and disappeared from Heimdall's attack. He appeared on the other side of the sky and put away Gungnir. "It's you." Odin's voice was full of suppressed anger. "It's me." Sei-to smiled. Bang! Heimdall, whose attack had failed, fell back to the ground. He turned around and stared at Sei-to with his scarlet pupils. "Are you with the Dark Elves?" Odin asked in a deep voice. "No, I'm not interested in joining forces with them. Let's not talk about whether or not they can invite me. Even their goal is not in line with my own. Not to mention their looks, they don't meet my aesthetic standards at all." Sei-to looked at Odin in surprise, as if he had heard a funny joke, and said exaggeratedly, "But then again, your Asgard is really unlucky. Even if I deliberately showed mercy and didn't touch your palace, it was still destroyed in the hands of the Dark Elves." Then, Sei-to glanced at the collapsed and severely damaged palace under his feet and chuckled. No matter how you look at it, he gave people the feeling that he was gloating, making the warriors of the palace below, except for Heimdall, angry. If Odin was not still on the scene, they would have already started cursing. What about Freyja and the others? Hearing this, Odin's one eye narrowed and asked again, "Speaking of which, you should actually thank me. If I hadn't taken them away, they would have died in the battle just now. Especially your queen Freyja. I'm sure you would never want to see her body." Sei-to smiled. "I do have to thank you for this." Unexpectedly, Odin really thanked him. "So I can attack you without worry." After that, Odin opened his hand and shouted, "Gungnir!" But the next moment, Odin's face suddenly changed because under his call, Gungnir did not appear in front of him. Gungnir did not instantly appear in his palm like before. Instead, his palm remained empty, revealing the messy old palm lines on his palm. "Gungnir!" Odin, who did not believe it, shouted again. But the result was the same. Then Odin put his hand down and looked up at Sei-to. "Why did you stop?" Sei-to asked. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to seal Gungnir," Odin said in a deep voice, squinting his only eye. "It's just a small trick." Idose laughed. Although his words were modest, the expression on his face was full of pride, making the people around him want to give him a punch. "Do you think I can't do anything to you?" Odin said. "Of course not, but this will make me feel more at ease." Sei-to smiled. "Humph." Odin snorted coldly. "Your Majesty, please leave him to me." At this moment, Heimdall, who had been listening to the conversation for a long time, stepped forward. He asked. Odin turned his head slightly and looked at him. Heimdall's expression did not change. and his gaze firmly met Odin's. "Don't be careless," Odin said after a moment. Although it was not a clear statement, the meaning in his words was clear. He agreed to Heimdall's request. "Your Majesty, don't worry. Heimdall will deliver the enemy to you." Heimdall lowered his head and said. Odin did not speak. He flew to the side and stopped at the top of an intact palace. He looked condescendingly at Heimdall and Ito in the field like an outsider. But Ito noticed that although Odin acted as if he would not intervene, the majestic power in his body did not converge or dissipate at all. It was still roaring in his body. Ito had no choice but to pay attention to Odin so that he wouldn't suddenly go crazy at some point and harm himself. Then Ito smiled gently and slowly landed on the ground, standing in front of Heimdall. At the same time, the surrounding warriors of the divine palace retreated at the same time. They made enough space for the two to fight. Heimdall silently clenched the greatsword in his hand, slightly lowered his body, and got into a fighting posture. Ito grabbed the ground with one hand, and a pile of fine black sand flew up from the ground in an instant and gathered in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a long black sword with a straight back, which was held in Ito's hand. The blade was connected to the ground, and it continued to absorb the black sand that was still coming from all around. Obviously, even in Asgard, iron existed as a basic material, and there was a lot of it. Heimdall glanced faintly at the black sword in Ito's hand and did not speak. He rushed over a few meters to Ito and slashed the greatsword in his hand at Ito's waist. Before the sword arrived, the air blade brought by the sword approached Ito's body first, and with a hiss, it cut a long and narrow tear in his new clothes. Ito's expression remained unchanged. He tapped his toes lightly on the ground, and his body floated back as if it was weightless. It seemed that he had narrowly avoided Heimdall's attack. Then he waved his arm, and the black sword immediately turned into a long black whip, like a black python, and whipped towards Heimdall's body. Heimdall turned with the inertia of the greatsword, and then leaned back like an iron bridge. The tip of his nose brushed against the edge of the black iron sand whip to avoid the attack. At the same time, the greatsword in his hand was thrust upward from his chest, stabbing towards Ito's abdomen. Ito tapped his feet again and jumped back again. At the same time, his left hand grabbed forward, releasing a thunderbolt that sucked the end of the black iron sand whip into his hand. Then, he pushed forward with both hands, and an electric light bloomed from his palms in an instant, wrapping around the iron sand whip with electric arcs. Immediately after, the iron sand that was flickering with electric light shot towards Heimdall with streaks of blue light in its wake. Heimdall, who did not expect Ito to do this, was shocked. The moment he turned around and stood still, he waved his greatsword, creating a sword circle in front of him. Zizizizizi. The electrified iron sand hit the sword circle and was absorbed by the sword circle. However, most of it was blown away by the strong wind created by the sword circle. At this time, Ito's figure flashed and appeared behind Heimdall. He stretched out his hand, and Heimdall's body immediately leaned back uncontrollably. However, Heimdall forcibly stopped him with his power. Then, he turned around and threw the greatsword in his hand at Ito. With the support of Heimdall's divine power, the greatsword turned into a light and instantly arrived in front of Ito. Ito raised his eyebrows, and his palm suddenly appeared under the greatsword. With a flick of his finger, there was a crisp clang sound. The greatsword that was about to pierce Ito's chest was suddenly knocked into the air. Heimdall, who completely ignored his greatsword, reached for his waist and pulled out 2 daggers. The moment Ito flicked his greatsword away, Heimdall jumped in front of Ito, raised the daggers in his hand, and stabbed them at Ito's neck. Ito's figure disappeared, leaving an afterimage in place for Heimdall to cut with his daggers. He appeared behind Heimdall in a flash. His right index finger was erected and extended forward, piercing through the gap between Heimdall's helmet and armor and hitting Heimdall's neck. Zizi, electricity flashed, and Heimdall's body was immediately filled with electric current, causing his body to twitch slightly uncontrollably. However, Heimdall was Heimdall, and his will was very tenacious. Even if his body was twitching due to the electric current, he still did not stop attacking. He immediately turned around and waved his arm, grabbing Sei-Ito's outstretched arm. At the same time, he stabbed the dagger in his right hand towards Sei-Ito's chest. Seeing that Heimdall was so stubborn, Sei-Ito did not dodge. He just used psychokinesis to set up a defensive barrier around his chest. His left hand clenched into a fist, and a super powerful punch landed on Heimdall's face. Bang! Heimdall's head tilted back, and he suddenly felt dizzy. Even so, Heimdall instinctively threw away the dagger in his hand and reached out to grab Sei-Ito's left arm, completely grasping Sei-Ito's hands in his own. In this way, Sei-Ito was actually caught by him. If Sei-Ito was just an ordinary Protoss from the divine realm, unfortunately, Sei-Ito was not. However, just as Sei-Ito was about to launch an instant transmission to escape from Heimdall's grasp, a thick flash suddenly fell from the sky and bombarded Sei-Ito's body, who was about to completely enter the space. Boom! Sei-Ito's body shook, and he escaped from the space. Because of the momentary unstable state, Sei-Ito's entire head was in intense pain, causing him to frown. But this was not the end. The moment Sei-Ito's reaction slowed down due to the pain, several transparent wind ropes suddenly wrapped around Sei-Ito, tightly binding him. Then came the vines and the venom-like liquid injected by the vines, followed by energy chains and some other warlocks that could seal people. It could be said that in that short moment, more than a dozen magic spells fell on Sei-Ito's body, cooperating to suppress everything in his body. Chapter 22:31. Then, Odin's figure appeared next to Sei-Ito. He picked up Heimdall's dagger that had fallen on the ground and stabbed it into Sei-Ito's abdomen and spine. Puff! Then, the voice muttered a strange, secret incantation. In an instant, the two daggers lit up and a powerful aura surged out of them. It flowed into Sei-Ito's body through the wounds on his body and interfered with the operation of his power from the inside. Sei-Ito, who was attacked both inside and outside, could not help but groan. Sure enough, old men who don't die are thieves. I tried so hard, but you still found an opening. Sei-Ito looked at Odin and sneered. Hand over everyone, and I can spare your life. Odin said softly, don't even think about it. Sei-Ito grinned and laughed. Odin did not hold back and immediately punched him in the face. Bang! Hand over everyone, or I will let you taste all the punishments in this world. Odin reached out and grabbed Sei-Ito's chin, turning his head that was tilted to one side. He stared at Sei-Ito with his one eye and said fiercely, I originally wanted to spare the lives of your people from the Askins, but now I have to consider whether I should kill them all after making the best use of them to repay the pain you have inflicted on me. Sei-Ito did not back down and threatened. This time, Odin did not hit him, but just stared at Sei-Ito. Put him in the dungeon. After a while, Odin suddenly let go of Sei-Ito's chin and said in a deep voice. Several divine palace warriors stepped forward, took Sei-Ito, and pushed him to the dungeon. Sei-Ito turned his head and looked back at Odin with an inexplicable smile. Odin was also looking at him. After a while, he retracted his gaze and followed the warrior's escort to the dungeon. After a while, Sei-Ito and the warriors disappeared from Odin's sight. Come at this time, Odin ordered again. Your Majesty. A warrior stepped forward and responded. Go to the kingdom of Nolan and ask Queen Canilla to come here. Odin ordered. Yes, the warrior responded. Then, under the leadership of Heimdall, who was guarding the Rainbow Bridge, they walked to the portal of the Rainbow Bridge. Odin stayed where he was and gave a few more orders to the divine palace warriors around him, then turned and left. He returned to the palace, which was still relatively intact. On the other side, just as Idose and the warriors escorting him arrived at the corridor leading to the dungeon, Idose's mind immediately moved and summoned a shadow clone from the Magic Cube world. The shadow clone that suddenly appeared did not hesitate. It immediately grabbed the air with both hands. The bodies of several divine palace warriors who were holding Ito suddenly flew up uncontrollably. Under the shadow clone's arms, they fiercely collided with each other. Bang! As expected, all the warriors fainted. Then, the shadow clone casually threw the fainted warriors aside and stepped forward to Sei Ito's side. Both hands waved on Sei Ito's body, and the vines, energy chains, wind ropes, and other magic powers on Sei Ito's body were immediately shattered by 10 intersecting blue energy blades, allowing Sei Ito to regain his freedom. "You behind me, I'll go in front," Sei Ito said. The shadow clone nodded and walked behind Sei Ito. Together with Sei Ito, the shadow clone put both hands on the hilt of the dagger that was inserted into Sei Ito's body. Sizzle, however, as soon as their palms touched the dagger. A powerful electric light shot out from the dagger, and at the same time, Ito Sei's hands were bounced away, and at the same time, Ito Sei's shadow clone exploded into a cloud of smoke. Then, the electric light poured into Sei Ito's body and raged along his spine and abdomen in Sei Ito's body. Ugh! Under the intense pain, Ito Sei's knees softened, and he fell to the ground on one knee. And what made Sei Ito the most helpless was that these two daggers were completely different from Gungnir. There was no pause in the energy eruption. It was as if the previous action had activated a certain function of the daggers. They constantly stimulated him with energy, making it impossible for Sei Ito to do anything. At the same time, in Odin's palace, Odin, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened one of his eyes and stood up from the throne. Then, without hesitation, he strode out of the palace. At this time, Sei Ito, who did not know that his actions had attracted Odin's attention, moved his mind again and summoned Hellable from the Rubik's Cube world. Since the shadow clone could not withstand the impact of the energy released by the dagger, then a real god should be able to, right? Sir, Hellable's expression changed when he saw Sei Ito in such a sorry state. He quickly went forward and squatted to support Sei Ito's body and called out in a friendly tone, "Don't say anything. First, pull out the dagger on my back." Sei Ito endured the pain and frowned. Hellable turned his head slightly and saw the dagger on Sei Ito's spine. He did not waste any time and immediately reached out to grab the handle of the dagger. Sizzle, a bolt of electricity immediately shot out from the dagger and slapped Hellable's hand away. Hellable was slightly taken aback, then gripped the dagger again. He frowned and endured the electric shock of the energy that kept shooting out from the dagger as he exerted force to pull it out. Ugh! Sei Ito immediately groaned in pain. "Sir," Hellable called out softly, "looks like I need to pull out both daggers at the same time." Sei Ito lowered his head and looked at the dagger that seemed to be pulled deeper into his abdomen when Hellable exerted force. Then he did not waste any time and reached out to grab the dagger in his abdomen. "Pull," Sei Ito ordered in a deep voice. Then the two of them exerted force at the same time and pulled out the dagger. However, just as Sei Ito had guessed earlier, there was indeed a pulling force between the two daggers. Therefore, the moment they pulled out the dagger, a powerful reverse force emerged from the dagger and resisted their strength. "Use all your strength," Sei Ito roared. Hellable and Sei Ito erupted with all their strength, ignoring the pulling force and pulling out the dagger. However, before Sei Ito could congratulate them, an even more powerful energy surged out from the two daggers, causing them to violently explode like two strangely shaped grenades. Boom! A strong light bloomed, and a powerful energy shock wave spread out, enveloping Sei Ito and Hellable, who were caught off guard. A few seconds later, the light dispersed, and Sei Ito and Hellable's figures reappeared. The two of them were wrapped in a visible energy barrier. Their clothes and bodies were undamaged, and there were no signs of them being affected by the explosion. That barrier was a barrier formed by psychokinesis. At the moment of the explosion, Sei Ito, whose strength had quickly returned to normal due to the absence of the interference from the dagger's energy, supported a psychokinesis barrier outside his body in an instant, protecting himself and Hellable. Then, Sei Ito had a thought and put away the psychokinesis barrier. However, immediately after, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot toward him and Hellebel. Hellebel, who was still thinking that Saito was injured, did not hesitate and instantly blocked in front of Saito, crossing his arms to meet the bolt of lightning. Boom! Bees. The lightning exploded, forming a pile of tiny electric sparks that flowed through Hellebel's body. Odin, Saito called out in a deep voice. Odin did not say anything. With a flick of his wrist, another bolt of lightning shot towards Saito. This time, Saito did not let Hellebel block it for him. He gently pushed Hellebel to the side and grabbed Odin's lightning with one hand. He clenched his fist and crushed it into a pile of tiny electric sparks. Then, Saito pushed off the ground and charged in front of Odin. However, this action caused his lumbar vertebra, which had just recovered, to hurt again. Odin gave up on his plan to use magic and clenched his hands into fists as he faced Saito. Boom! Visible ripples in the air erupted between the two of them. You're not going to use your full strength? You're no match for me like this. Saito sneered as he took a step back and separated himself from Odin. Oomph. Odin coldly snorted, and then his aura exploded, rapidly rising at a visible rate. At the same time, Odin, whose energy was rising crazily, did not remain idle and continued to attack Saito with his fists. Moreover, due to the influence of the rising energy in his body, each of Odin's punches became incomparably powerful. They could tear through the air and distort space. His ordinary fists were covered in frightening lightning, making his fists seem like the most powerful magic weapons, full of terrifying offensive power. Seeing this, Saito did not show any weakness and charged at Odin once again with a roar. Come! Boom! Then, an even louder explosion and shock waves formed by the impact of energy were transmitted from between the two of them. Slender cracks appeared on the walls and pillars around the corridor, and the surrounding flowers and trees were blown into the air. Their inconspicuous bodies were like two terrifying demon gods born from the chaos as they fought in the courtyard. Even the terrifying aura that erupted from the battle between the two of them forced Hellebel to retreat a distance. The ground began to crack, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. Scarlet lightning bolts flashed in the dark clouds one after another. The entire world of Asgard once again fell into an uncontrollable doomsday scene. But that was not all. At this moment, Odin, who was fighting, suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. His body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he changed from the size of a normal human to a terrifying giant more than 10 meters tall. Chapter 2232. Odin, the son of the giant Bulleye. Bulleye, the son of the first frost giant, Emir of the giant tribe. Of course, there's also a theory that he was licked out of the salt by a giant cow, but in any case, Odin had a pure giant bloodline, and his ordinary human figure was just a disguise. In other words, the current Odin was the real Odin, the Odin at full power. Good. Saito, who was suppressed by the huge aura, shouted. The next moment, without seeing him do anything, his body seemed to have turned into a black hole, and boundless air quickly gathered around him, forming a huge wind in the blink of an eye, tightly wrapping around Saito. But after 3 or 4 seconds, the gathering wind fiercely burst apart, and Saito's figure reappeared. But at this time, Saito was no longer small like before, but like Odin, he had turned into a terrifying giant over 10 meters tall. This was the Taoist magic ability, heavenly manifestation. Then Saito, who had turned into a giant, roared and charged at Odin once more. Odin did not show any weakness, and also met him head-on. Boom! An even more intense explosion in the air suddenly came from between the two of them, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye shot out in all directions. Wherever the shockwave swept, the previously cracked walls immediately shattered and collapsed, and the trees that were barely maintaining their roots were cut in half, sending gravel flying everywhere. They were like projectiles that shot into the distance, causing some of the metal ornaments to make clanking sounds. Uneven marks were left behind. Fortunately, the two of them were in the middle of the divine palace, which was built to accommodate giants. Thus, although the battle between the two of them was exaggerated and fierce, the entire divine palace was barely able to maintain its general shape and was not directly destroyed in the confrontation between the two of them. But judging from a scale of the battle between the two of them, it was estimated that they would not be able to last long. During the fight, the energy around the two of them rapidly surged, gradually forming a terrifying energy cloud that surrounded the two of them. From time to time, it would release terrifying lightning and flames, blowing up and shattering the surrounding buildings. The nearby divine palace warriors who were unlucky or unable to dodge in time were affected. Boom! As the two of them moved, the ground began to crack. Boom! A hole appeared in the sky. Wah! The starry sea beside the rainbow bridge was stirred up and churned, raising terrifying high waves. Bang! The mountain rocks were also shattered into thousands of pieces of gravel as the two of them collided and stuck close to each other. The gravel splattered in all directions like rain, smashing into the cracked ground one after another, irregular craters of various sizes. In short, if the scene caused by Odin's extraction of the power he usually used to protect Asgard was the imminent end of the world, then the scene formed by the fight between the two of them was the real end of the world. Half of the world of Asgard was destroyed by the battle between the two of them, and it would take a few years of nourishment to restore its vitality. Ha 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 ha! Awesome! He fought with Odin in the most primitive way for a long time. Sei Ito, who had completely returned to the passion he had when he was practicing martial arts, looked up to the sky and laughed. His voice was like thunder, exploding into ripples in the void and spreading in all directions. Odin's one eye flashed with electric light, and a fierce electric fist hit Sei Ito's cheek. Bang! A huge force erupted. Sei Ito's body staggered back a few steps. Sei Ito, who staggered back, stood firm again and raised his arm to block Odin's big fist. With a wave of his right palm, a huge palm with a substantial wind pressure slammed toward Odin. Odin also raised his hand to block. He stopped Sei Ito's arm, but the scattered palm wind still blew his beard to one side. Odin ignored him. He directly hit Sei Ito with his forehead. Sei Ito turned his hands, grabbed Odin's arms, and jumped. He leaned back in midair, curled up his knees, and slammed forward, kicking Odin's chest. Bang! Odin's center of gravity was broken, and he sat down on the ground. Moreover, with his body size, there was a slope and rock that was immediately smashed to pieces by him. At the same time, Sei Ito, who was in midair, turned over and landed. He leaned down, and his 10 fingers dug deep into the ground under his feet. His arms exerted force, and a huge layer of soil about 17 and 18 meters long was immediately lifted out of the ground by Sei Ito, and Odin, who was sitting on it, was lifted into the air. Odin did not panic. His body shook, and the piece of earth he was sitting on collapsed into countless pieces of earth. He held his hands together like a hammer, and with the force of falling, he smashed Ito, Sei's head fiercely. Come on! Sei Ito raised his arms and immediately grabbed Odin's hands. He then twisted his body and threw Odin's body out. Boom! Odin's body came into close contact with the ground, creating a huge human-shaped crater in the ground. A large amount of smoke and dust suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping Odin and Sei Ito's figures. It was just that their bodies were too big. Even the thick smoke and dust could not completely hide them. People outside could still vaguely see their vague silhouettes. At this time, Sei Ito, who was bending down, lifted his legs and stood upside down. He then turned over and sat on Odin's chest. Bang! In an instant, Odin's body shook violently, and he sank deeper into the ground. Sei Ito raised his arm and clenched his fist and punched Odin's chest. Boom! Then there was a loud explosion, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose from the ground again. However, it was immediately blown away by the shockwave. Seito and Odin's figures clearly appeared in the eyes of all the spectators. Odin's only eye opened, and he spat out a large amount of blood. However, his expression immediately became ruthless. He clenched his fists and vigorously punched Seito's ribs. Seito immediately fell backward. He dodged Odin's attack by a hair's breadth, and at the same time, he bent his elbow. Using the inertia of his body falling backward, he heavily hit Odin's nose with his elbow. Bang! In an instant, Odin felt a pain in his head, and a huge pain came from the bridge of his nose. Blood overflowed. A clear, bright red color flowed from Odin's mouth and beard. Seito was unforgiving. He didn't give Odin the slightest chance to react. He quickly raised his arm again, and then fiercely hit Odin with his elbow. Then a second time, a third time, a fourth time. It was as if he wouldn't stop until Odin's head was smashed. After enduring countless blows, Odin, whose face was covered with blood, suddenly roared and fiercely pushed Seito into the sky. Then, he hurriedly rolled away from where he stood. Seito, who was in midair, stopped in the sky, and then like a meteor, he fiercely shot toward Odin. In an instant, he arrived in front of Odin. He clenched his fists and stretched them forward, heavily hitting Odin's body. Boom! Odin, who had just recovered, shook again, and once again sank deep into the ground, stirring up dust all over the sky. Seito's body fell down, and a knee hit Odin's chest. Then his right foot fell, quickly stepping on Odin's left arm, whose face was full of pain and anger. At the same time, his left arm moved out, holding down Odin's right arm. He swung his right arm and punched Odin's head again and again with his monstrous strength. Bang! 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 In a continuous thunder-like muffled sound, Odin's head, which was full of blood, sank deep into the ground. Then his whole body twitched, and his resistance became weaker and weaker until finally, he was completely limp. Seeing this, Seito stopped. Half raised his fist, he looked down at Odin's face, which was almost unrecognizable. But at this moment, Odin's closed eyes suddenly opened, and a violent thunder force, as if responding to his call, suddenly fell from the sky and instantly bombarded Seito's body. Boom! The thunder flashed, and a boundless strong light burst out, enveloping Odin and Seito. It was not until a few seconds later that it slowly dissipated, revealing Seito and Odin's figures. However, at this time, Seito and Odin's situation were completely reversed. Odin, who was originally riddled with scars and whose appearance couldn't be seen, seemed to have eaten senza beans. His whole body was restored to its original state. If it weren't for the traces and bloodstains from the fight on his body and beard, no one would be able to tell that he had been injured. It was as if everything before was an illusion. On the other hand, Seito, although there was no trace of injury under his super-strong physical recovery, but his body was full of electric light. Odin's pair of big hands tightly grasped his throat and lifted him into the air. Seito, whose head was forcibly pushed back, lowered his eyes and glanced at Odin with a grin. Sure enough, you're the king of cheats. I will kill you, then keep your head, refine it into a tool with a secret spell, and play with it forever. Odin stared coldly at Seito. Just like Mimir? Seito chuckled. The so-called Mimir was a giant of wisdom. In the legend of Norse mythology, he and Heinr, the middle-low wisdom of the Asgard tribe, went to the Vanir tribe as a symbol of truce. But in the end, the Vanir tribe, who were furious after discovering the truth of Heinr, beheaded him and sent him back to the Asgard tribe. Odin, who got Mimir's head, did not bury him. Instead, he found herbs to smear on his wounds and cast a spell on Mimir's head with a secret spell. Mimir's head, full of knowledge and wisdom, miraculously survived without his body under Odin's efforts. After that, Odin carefully placed the head in the inner room of his palace. When he had any problems and doubts, he would come to Mimir's head, recite a spell, and ask Mimir for advice. To use a more modern analogy, Mimir's head was Odin's exclusive baidu. Yes, but this time, I won't keep your consciousness. I will only refine you into a tool. Odin said fiercely. You're really vicious. Saito sneered. For an enemy like you, it's not too much to use any means on you. Odin said coldly. Then, ignoring Saito, he let go of one hand and put one hand on Saito's neck, while the other hand waved in the air and summoned a thunderbolt. He controlled it with his mind and turned it into a blue thundersword, stabbing it at Saito's chest. Sorry, I don't want to die. Saito sneered. After saying that, his body shook, and an extremely violent force burst out from his body, shattering the various imprisonment spells that Odin had cast on him. Then, he lifted his foot and kicked Odin's chest. Bang! The tremendous force erupted, and Odin's body was instantly kicked out. Odin, it's time to end this battle. Saito, who was floating in the air, said faintly. Do you want to surrender? Odin, who had broken free from the mountain he was embedded in, said proudly. If you want to do so, I'll consider it. Saito sneered. In your dreams, Odin said coldly. You'll know if I'm dreaming later. Saito chuckled. After saying that, he ignored Odin and his figure flashed, shooting into the distance like a stream of light. Don't even think about escaping from me, Odin shouted angrily. Then, he also turned into a stream of light and chased after him. Under the rapid movement of light, almost instantly, Itsunari returned to the top of the city of Ozus, which had been completely turned into ruins. However, there was another fierce battle going on here. The two parties fighting were none other than Heimdall, the only remaining member of the Protoss in Asgard, and Hellebel, who had been left here by Saito. One side had turned into a giant like Odin, and the other side had created a tide with the power of the natural order. They fought there without restraint, transforming the originally ruined divine city into a boundless ocean. Seeing this situation, Saito did not hold back. He leaped and landed behind Heimdall. He clenched his hands into a hammer and swung his arms at Heimdall's head. Bang! Heimdall's body shook and he fell to the side. Restrain your power. Then, Saito stepped in front of Hellebel and said. Hellebel did not pursue the matter and immediately dissipated the majestic power that had been brewing around him. Saito reached out and hugged Hellebel's body, then turned into a stream of light and flew away. Almost a second after the two of them left, Odin's figure appeared beside Heimdall. Chase them, Odin shouted. Then, his figure flashed again and he chased after them. Heimdall, who had just recovered from his shock, was shocked and quickly chased after them. However, compared to Saito and Odin, who had turned into streams of light, their speed was many times slower. Chapter 22:33. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, as the two streams of light were annihilated, the figures of Saito and Odin reappeared, but at this time, the figure of Hellebel in Saito's arms disappeared. Obviously, Saito had taken her into the Rubik's Cube world. Is this how you want to end the battle? Odin stared at Saito with a face full of ridicule. I'm just trying to get rid of my worries. Itose said softly. Now, let's really start the final battle. The moment his voice fell, a cosmic starry sky suddenly spread out rapidly with Saito as the center, replacing the original space of Asgard and changing the area within a radius of tens of miles. And it continued to expand outward without slowing down. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the space in Odin's line of sight was transformed into the appearance of a cosmic starry sky. Huge and unfamiliar planets rotated and moved in the starry sky according to a mysterious and inexplicable law. Odin's expression changed and his heart sank, because at this moment, he suddenly couldn't feel the connection between himself and Asgard. No, it wasn't that he couldn't feel it all, but the connection had become very weak. If he didn't feel it with his heart, he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Then, the boundless power in Odin's body paused, as if it was carrying an extremely heavy burden, and its activity rapidly decreased. Where is this place? Odin, who noticed the change in his body, asked in a deep voice with a solemn expression. This is my domain. Saito chuckled. As he spoke, he gently waved his arm, and the two huge planets suddenly broke away from their original orbits, entangling with each other like spinning hammers. They collided with Odin. A strong sense of danger rose in Odin's heart, and he didn't dare to hesitate. He waved his fist and smashed it at one of the planets. Odin's fist carried an incomparably bright light. It blasted onto the planet. Then, with a terrifying boom, the planet that had been hit violently exploded. It shattered into countless pieces of gravel and was blown away by the powerful shockwave that suddenly spread out. As the person closest to the explosion, Odin uncontrollably became the one favored by the explosion and was struck by the boundless debris and energy. Then, Odin's body shook and he flew back at high speed. However, at this time, Ito pushed his palm forward, and the other planet that had been blown away by the explosion suddenly turned into a fast star and chased after Odin. Odin, who had nowhere to hide, could only clench his fists once more and push his energy forward. Boom! A dazzling white light appeared, and the huge planet suddenly shattered into countless irregular rocks of different sizes. Driven by the pale white cloud, it shot out in all directions. And Odin, who bore the brunt of the explosion, was also affected by it. His body flew backward involuntarily. And because of the close impact of two consecutive planet explosions, the seemingly exquisite armor on Odin's body finally shattered uncontrollably, turning into a pile of metal fragments that fell from Odin's body. After all, although this armor was also a divine product personally forged by the Dwarf King, and its defensive ability and sturdiness were very high, but compared to the Destroyer, armor that was blessed by the gods and had many powerful abilities and self-healing ability that could remain intact under the attack of the universe's divine race, it was more than 1 or 2 levels inferior. In addition, there were all kinds of impacts caused by the previous battle with Ito. It was already an outstanding achievement to be able to hold on until now. But as a result, Odin's defense suddenly dropped by a lot. At this time, Ito's hands grabbed forward, and the gravel belt formed by the explosion of the two planets suddenly moved. It quickly gathered into a larger cloud of gravel, and then under the push of Ito's power, it spun rapidly and rushed towards Odin like a dart. The breadth of the cloud of gravel was not inferior to a planet. In terms of diameter and width, it was even larger than a planet. What's more, it was not concentrated, so even if Odin's divine might was strong, the destructive power was monstrous, and he could not find a way to deal with it for a while. He could only turn into a stream of light and fly to the safe area above the cloud of gravel. But before Odin could fly far, the entire cloud of rubble exploded once again. A large number of rubble, boosted by the impact of the explosion, turned into extremely fast meteors and shot towards Odin. This move was a variation of Ito's move that he had learned from the Ares Star Fighter's star fragment rotation technique. Seeing the meteors flying towards him, Odin's face changed, and he quickly concentrated all his mind. Like a pilot dodging airplanes and airborne debris, he relied on his excellent reaction to dodge the meteor attack. Needless to say, although this method was thrilling, under Odin's strength, he really found a way out of this star fragment rotation technique as attack. He either moved forward, retreated, stopped, or attacked, dodging all the meteors flying towards him. Seeing this, Ito raised his eyebrows, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. Immediately, ripples suddenly appeared in front of the meteors dodged by Odin, swallowing them one by one, and then flew out from another ripple that appeared around Odin, flying towards Odin in a more chaotic and dense way. It was still a variation of the Saint Seiya's dimensional maze. Unable to defend himself in time, Odin was immediately hit by the meteors that carried powerful force. Bang, 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 puff. Odin, who was heavily attacked, immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. After this star fragment rotation technique, this attack was over. Ito's figure immediately moved and came in front of Odin and punched him in the cheek without any explanation. Bang! The corner of Odin's mouth cracked, and traces of blood flowed out. Immediately after, Ito swung his arm again and punched Odin's chest and abdomen. Odin, who was in pain, leaned his body forward and put his head in front of Saito. Saito immediately reached out and grabbed Odin's hair and pressed his head down with his palm. At the same time, he bent his knee and raised his leg and fiercely kneed Odin's face. Bang! Odin immediately felt a pain in his head, and the bridge of his nose was broken again. Then, Saito raised his left hand and called the heavenly sword into his hand. He held the sword upside down, and like a dagger, he swung his arm and stabbed the sword towards Odin's back. Puff! Blood splattered, and Odin's spine was immediately pierced through by the heavenly sword. Saito skillfully used the sword to avoid Odin's heart, and the tip of the sword came out from the center of his sternum. Odin, you should also taste the pain you gave me before. Saito lowered his body and whispered into Odin's ear, whose face was full of pain. After saying that, the palm of his left hand, which was holding the sword, lit up, and a powerful electric light suddenly surged out. It flowed along the body of the heavenly sword and penetrated into Odin's body, spreading along his spine, sternum, and internal organs. In indescribable pain, Odin involuntarily let out a blood-curdling scream. Oomph! Looking at Odin, who would scream under the electric shock, Saito, who felt that this kind of behavior was very boring, snorted coldly. He made the heavenly sword change into an energy form, penetrated Odin's body through the wound, and hid in his spine. It was like an embedded seal, interfering with the operation of the power in Odin's body and his control of his body. Then, with a thought, he put Odin into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Saito put away the Dark Universe domain and returned himself to the world of Asgard. Then, as if knowing that it had lost Odin's favor, the whole world of Asgard suddenly shook violently, and the vegetation in the world of Asgard withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the sky became darker, thick dark clouds gathered, and a heavy rain began to fall like the cry of the heavens. And in a layer that Saito could not notice, a force suddenly emerged from the world of Asgard and flew towards Heimdall, the only remaining member of the Asgard clan in the whole world. It entered his body without him being able to react at all. This is Heimdall, who noticed something strange in his body, muttered to himself with a slightly changed expression. "What is it? Can you tell me?" However, as soon as his voice fell, Saito's voice suddenly rang in Heimdall's ears. Heimdall's expression changed, and he turned to look at the sky. There, Saito was looking down at him with a victorious expression. "Where is Odin?" Heimdall clenched the great sword in his hand and asked. Like the other members of the Asgard, he became my captive. Saito's body slowly landed back on the ground, and he said in a low voice, "So, in order not to let you be too lonely, I also came to invite you. Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Heimdall said in a deep voice. "What?" Saito asked with interest. "The Ninth Congress will lose its balance because of this. The evil frost giants will rule the whole world, and countless creatures will lose their lives in their claws. This will also include the earth you live on," Heimdall stated. "Then let's destroy Jotunheim and kill all the frost giants," Saito said casually. "And isn't another function of Bifrost for this purpose?" Heimdall's expression changed, and he looked at Saito even more warily. "Well, do you have anything else to say? If not, go and accompany Odin and the others." Saito smiled softly and looked at Heimdall and said softly, "Your actions are destined to bring terrible disasters to the world and the earth. You will suffer the consequences of your own actions," Heimdall said in a deep voice. Chapter 2234. The battle between Heimdall and Saito ended very quickly. It didn't take long for Heimdall to be defeated by Saito. Heimdall's power was sealed, and he was taken into the Rubik's Cube world. At this point, all the Asgard gods in the world of Asgard were captured. The Asgard gods and the world of Asgard suffered a disaster more terrible than the twilight of the gods in the prophecy. "It's time to meet the Norse god of death, Hela," Saito whispered to himself as he reached out and grabbed Heimdall's golden sword that had fallen to the ground. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. In the next second, he appeared on the Bifrost. Then he stepped on the crystal-like long path and walked toward the crossing gate at the end of the Bifrost. It didn't take long for Sei Ito to walk into the crossing gate hall. The whole hall, as its name suggested, had a very spacious space. It looked to be more than 200 square meters and was circular in shape. There was only one door in the north and south direction, which was used to connect the Bifrost to Asgard and to serve as a portal when the Bifrost was opened. In the middle of the hall was a small platform with a total of 3 levels, built in the form of stairs. A cylinder that looked like a keyhole, magnified dozens of times, stood in the middle of the platform. According to Sei Ito's memory, that was where the control system to open the rainbow was. Sei Ito, holding the sword, stepped forward and stood next to the control system. He looked down at the control system in front of him. The first thing that caught his eye was a slender rectangular crack, the size of which was about the same as the width and thickness of Heimdall's sword. Deep below the crack, there was a small round hole, the thickness of which was the same as Odin's Gungnir. Obviously, this was another key to opening the system when Heimdall couldn't open the system. It was controlled by Odin. On the platform in the outer circle of the control system, there was a circle of runes, each corresponding to this direction. It surrounded the entire control system. Although they were not complete words, as a Sei Ito who had mastered the runes of Rune, he could easily distinguish the meaning of each word. It was the 9 realms that the Bifrost could lead to. Sei Ito used his understanding of runes to find the symbol of Helm's underworld, which represented the land of death. Then, he retracted his gaze and used his mind to create a shadow clone. He handed Heimdall's sword to him, and he inserted the sword into the controller to activate the Bifrost. In an instant, there were a few crackling sounds, and an energy vortex emitting strong electric light emerged from the void gate in the south. Sei Ito nodded at his shadow doppelganger. He turned around and strode into the energy vortex. Then, he disappeared in a flash of bright light. The next moment, Ito Sei's figure appeared in a world filled with thick fog, coldness, and loneliness. There were no creatures or positions in this world at all. A strong light fell, and Ito Sei's figure appeared from it. That's fast. It seems that in addition to extracting their energy, I have to ask about the construction technology of the Bifrost. Maybe I can use it directly to go to the Orion Empire. Sei Ito thought to himself as he slightly moved his body that was impacted by the energy of the Bifrost. Then he raised his head. Then he began to look around. However, the effect was not satisfactory. Under the obstruction of the thick fog formed by an unknown force, even with Sei Ito's amazing eyesight that could directly look up into space from Earth, he could not see the scenery 50 meters away from him. Sei Ito was surprised. Then, Sei Ito retracted his gaze and released his divine thought. The effect was still greatly reduced. Fortunately, Sei Ito's divine thought was strong enough. Even if it was affected and suppressed by the magical power of Helm's underworld, it could still satisfy his search of Helm's underworld. With the help of divine thought, under the guidance of his innate spirit sense, Sei Ito moved toward the depths of Helm's underworld. Along the way, Sei Ito encountered a large number of wandering ghosts, undead who died in vain, resentment, battle, and illness. Through the direction they were heading, Sei Ito finally confirmed that he was on the right path. Because in the legends of Norse mythology, no matter what kind of ghost, as long as they came to Helm's underworld, their first destination was the Elunir Palace, where the Grim Reaper lived, which was the Palace of Sorrow, to be taken in by Hel. After determining the direction, Ito Sei moved and sped up to the front. After an unknown amount of time, Sei Ito finally saw a new scenery other than the land of death. A flowing river and a forest of iron trees that were suffused with metal. If Sei Ito remembered correctly, this river should be the legendary Gile River. As for why it was not any other river, it was because the environment here was too similar to what was recorded in the legends. Ito Sei, who knew that as long as he passed through the Iron Forest, he would be able to find the Hell Gate. Without hesitation, he crossed the Ogre River and entered the dark Iron Forest. Occasionally, he would encounter a few crows that looked like the ones in Resident Evil. Their scarlet pupils stared at him as they moved forward quickly. After traveling for an unknown amount of time, Seito passed through the Iron Forest and saw the pitch-black metal gate not far away. It was tens of meters tall and tens of meters wide, with images of living beings struggling on its surface. However, in a cave right in front of the path leading to the Hella Gate, a terrifyingly huge blood-colored hound was lying in the cave. One of its eyes was half closed, while the other was half open. Its cold pupils stared at the souls that might appear around it in boredom. This was the guardian beast of Hell's Gate, the giant hound Garm. Although the legend only described that it could be bribed by food called Gila biscuits and did not describe its combat power, as a guardian beast of the Hell's Gate, just like the Sorcerous of Hades in the underworld, its combat power was definitely not weak. What's more, this was the Marvel world with the existence of universe-level monsters. Seito was not sure how terrifying its strength was. However, as someone who had just finished off Odin and wiped out all the Asgods in Asgard, Seito, who was full of confidence, would not give up just like that. So after observing the giant hound Garm for a while, he leaped and walked towards it. At the same time, Garm, who noticed Seito's approach, suddenly stood up from the ground and stared at him with a ferocious beast face. Seeing Garm like this, Seito did not waste his breath. Besides, the records did not say that it could speak. With a wave of his hand, he shot a red-hot thunderbolt at Garm. The lightning pierced through the thick fog and instantly flew in front of Garm, bombarding its body. Boom! A woo! Under the bombardment of the fire-divine thunderbolt, Garm, whose fur was slightly charred, let out a painful and angry howl. Then, with 4 limbs on the ground, its huge body shot towards Seito like lightning. Seito stood still and waved his hand in the air. A huge palm of air with a diameter of several meters appeared out of thin air, pushing away the fog and landing heavily on the head of the rushing Garm, pressing its head to the ground. Bang! Walala! Seito then opened his mouth and chanted a Taoist mantra, Suppress. In an instant, a golden radiance filled with a holy and peaceful aura emerged from the void and quickly condensed into a ball above Garm's head. It turned into an ancient golden seal character and flew onto the air palm above Garm's head like a meteor. Then, the air palm suddenly lit up and turned into a substantial mountain of fog, pressing down on Garm's head. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not budge at all. Looks like I've been too cautious, Seito said self-deprecatingly as he looked at Garm, who was so easily taken care of by him. Then, ignoring Garm, who was being suppressed, he walked past him and walked straight into Hell's Gate. Just like the legends, the interior of the Hella Gate was pitch black. Other than the bone-chilling cold, there was only the hissing sound of boiling water. According to the records, the sound came from the Wagmere Spring. Fortunately, the path was not long. After walking for a while, Seito's eyes regained light. Then, a river filled with sharp blades appeared before his eyes. It was Slider, one of the 9 rivers of the underworld. Seito's figure flashed, and he used teleportation to pass through, continuing to move forward without stopping. After half a day, a huge palace with cold colors and thick fog appeared before Seito's eyes. It was the Eludinir Palace of the god of death, Hell. Honorable guest, please follow me. Just as Seito walked to the front of Eludinir, a female specter suddenly appeared before Seito and spoke respectfully. Seito nodded and followed the specter into the palace, passing through the beams and halls, and finally stopped in a huge hall. This was a huge palace, about the size of the Bifrost Ferry Gate Hall. It was very spacious inside, and there was only a multi-level staircase built in the innermost part of the hall. On the staircase was a high-back stone seat covered with strange animal fur. A woman wearing black tights and a black helmet with strange antlers on her face sat lazily on it. looking down at Sei Ito, who walked into the hall with the specter maid. It was the daughter of Loki's 3 children, the god of death, Hel. At this time, the maid who brought Sei Ito into the hall bowed slightly to Hel, who was on the main seat, and her figure disappeared into the void. "Nice to meet you, Hel." Sei Ito looked at the god of death on the stone seat and smiled. "You should know that this is the country of the dead, not a place for the living like you," Hel said softly as she gently swirled the wine glass in her hand. Chapter 2235. P.S. Thank you to Moon Rippling Song, Cheshirel, and Treya for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Freedom Lunatic for your tip. I know, so I need your cooperation. That way, I can leave this place. Sei Ito smiled. Oh, Gila's crossed legs moved up and down, and her body leaned to the other side as she softly chanted. Don't you think it's very cold here? Sei Ito did not immediately explain his intentions. Instead, he changed the topic. So, Gila took a sip of the blood-colored wine in her glass and asked softly, "How about leaving this place with me?" Sei Ito smiled. "Where do you want to take me?" Gila looked at Sei Ito with interest. "A world with sunlight," Sei Ito replied. "Don't you know that I hate sunlight the most?" Gila said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. "Oh, then I'm sorry." Sei Ito shrugged. However, although he said sorry, his expression did not look like he was sorry at all. "How about this? You can stay in Helm's underworld," Gila said softly with a smile on her face. "Sorry, but I don't like cold and wet environments," Sei Ito said helplessly. "I believe you'll like it." Gila's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Sei Ito. She stretched out her hands, one of which was lightly placed on his shoulder. One of her hands was lightly pressed against Sei Ito's chest while the other hand was lightly caressing his cheek. Her chest was tightly pressed against his back. Her lips, which seemed to be painted with black lipstick, lightly leaned against Sei Ito's ear and said softly, "Is this considered seduction?" Sei Ito did not move. She chuckled. "You're very strong. I can feel great strength from your body. Perhaps you can give birth to a perfect descendant for me." Gila's hand, that was lightly pressed against Sei Ito's chest, slid down. And Aishung said, "Isn't your target Saul?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. In the original Marvel comics, Hel had always had a strange feeling for her uncle Saul. She was even willing to send Captain America's soul back to the modern world and let him be resurrected in order to have a one-night stand with him. Hearing this, Gila's hand movements paused for a moment before returning to normal. She said softly, "Now, I only need you. Then what are we waiting for?" Sei Ito said as he suddenly turned around and hugged Gila's lips. He opened his mouth and kissed Gila's lips. His tongue nimbly parted her lips and teeth, invading her territory. Gila also hugged Sei Ito's body tightly and responded enthusiastically. However, the next moment, a terrifying cold energy that was similar to absolute zero suddenly flowed out of Gila's mouth and flowed along their entangled tongues into Sei Ito's mouth and slid into his body. In an instant, Sei Ito felt his body turn cold, and the speed of his blood circulation became sluggish. Sei Ito, who felt the changes in his body, pushed hard. He pushed Gila's body away from him. Originally, you could have died comfortably. Gila, who was forcefully pushed away, was not angry. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips seductively, just like them. At the same time, as if responding to Gila's words, ice statues that were frozen into ice statues appeared from the void. The space on both sides of Gila appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. "You are indeed as sinister as your father." Sei Ito sighed softly as if he had accepted his fate. "Don't mention him to me." Gila's eyebrows that were covered by the helmet frowned. Her voice was filled with disgust and displeasure. "But you can't obtain my soul with just this method." Sei Ito's expression changed. He laughed heartily at Hel. Then, a warm light that was like the sun suddenly bloomed from Sei Ito's body, causing the surrounding cold air to evaporate and distort the space around him. "Damn it! Quickly retract your hateful light." Gila, who felt a faint prickling sensation on her skin, raised her arms and covered her face as she screamed. No, I think it's not bad. Sei-Ito smiled. As soon as he said that, the light on Sei-Ito's body intensified again. Then, a fireball that was like the sun floated out of his body and rose into the sky at a constant speed. It broke through the obstruction of Gila's Aladdiner and rose into the sky. It was like a real sun that released warm light and heat, illuminating half of the underworld of Helm. Under the illumination of this sunlight, the endless fog that filled the underworld of Helm began to churn and become thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the souls began to scream, letting out loud cries of pain and pleasure. How dare you do this? I will never let you go. Gila, who felt uncomfortable all over, screamed. Undead, tear him apart. Gila then ordered loudly. In an instant, a large number of wandering souls and terrifying undead appeared from the void, forming a huge black tornado that instantly enveloped Sei-Ito. The souls screamed, using their voices to destroy Sei-Ito's mind while using their mouths and claws to tear at Sei-Ito's body. I'm the Lord of the Underworld, the Lord of Hell. Wherever my feet step, it is my territory. Sei-Ito, who was in the soul vortex, declared loudly. Instantly, a ripple spread out from under Ito Sei's feet. In the blink of an eye, it swept across dozens of miles of land, forming an obvious boundary line, separating the land within this boundary line from the land of the underworld of Heim. Then, a holy aura that was different from the underworld of Helm spread out on this land. Sei-Ito, who did not care about the changes in the outside world, calmly opened his mouth and chanted a new sentence. In my country, all living things will be judged by me. If I say life, it will live. If I say death, if I die. Then, Sei-Ito looked at the surrounding souls that were shocked by the aura of the underworld he was emitting and announced calmly, disappear. Then, the soul vortex around Sei-Ito stopped spinning. All of the souls suddenly shattered with an unwilling howl, turning into a pile of pitch-black smoke. They drifted into the air. Who exactly are you? Gila, who had witnessed the strength displayed by Ito Sei, questioned with a change in expression. You can call me Chun, Sei-Ito said calmly as he looked at Gila. Now you have two choices. 1. Surrender. 2. Resist and wait to be suppressed by me. You want me to surrender? Don't even think about it, Gila said coldly. Then, her figure flashed, and she disappeared from the underworld that Sei-Ito had created, reappearing in the underworld of Helm. She took out a long sword from somewhere and raised it high, announcing loudly, Undead, I, Gila, am giving the order. Wake up. The next moment, visible ripples spread out in the underworld of Helm. Then, the ground churned and skeleton soldiers, as well as giant wolves, beasts, dragons, Pegasi, and other terrifying beasts, all wearing armor unique to the Ashen race, Vanishin race, or the other races of the Nine Worlds, crawled out from the ground and stood densely at Gila's feet. In just a moment, an undead army made up of countless undead skeletons and the corpses of legendary beasts appeared in the underworld of Helm. Then, Gila's figure flashed and appeared on the head of the undead dragon she had summoned. Are you going to compete in numbers? Sei-Ito chuckled. If not for the fact that he was afraid of summoning too many creatures from the universe and attracting the attention of the universe's manager, Sei-Ito would have opened the Rubik's Cube world. He would have sent out the soldiers who had not been tested in a long time and let Gila see what a real crowd was. So what if I am? Gila said with a smile, as if victory was in her hands. However, she immediately put away her expression, waved her sword, and ordered, Undead, tear him apart. Kiki. The skeletons moved their fleshless mouths. After making a series of strange noises, they really rushed towards Ito Seiji like soldiers. The undead army was like a tsunami. They rushed quickly towards Sei-Ito. Gila, you seem to have forgotten something. Sei-Ito, who did not panic because of the approaching army, looked at the head of the undead dragon. Gila, who was staring at him from above, said. Gila's expression flashed, and a bad feeling appeared in her heart. For victory, come to me quickly. Undying sun, please bestow upon me a shining steed. Horse with enough intelligence, bring me the wheel of light that symbolizes your master. Ito raised his right arm, pointed to the sky, and sang loudly. As soon as he said that, a new sun appeared in the sky of Helm's underworld. It then turned into a streak of white light and shot into the charging undead army like a meteor. Hila's expression changed drastically. Boom! The scorching white holy flames exploded, forming a huge sea of fire that covered an area of several kilometers. The entire undead army was enveloped in the holy flames of the sun. Under the burning of the holy flames, the undead all let out terrifying screams before turning into a pile of black ash and dispersing in the air. Only Hila was left floating in the air, looking at the sun flames that were still burning below her. At this time, Ito's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Hila. He reached out and hooked Hila's chin, raised her head, and looked at Hila's pupil-less eyes. Now, tell me your choice. What do you want to do? Hila, who had recovered, asked in a low voice. You don't need to know that. Ito smiled. After a pause, Hila asked again, then, will you kill me? I won't. I can guarantee that, Ito said softly. I hope so. I choose to surrender. Hila looked at Ito, sighed, and put away the sword in her hand. A wise choice. Ito smiled. Now, use your power to open a portal. We need to go back to Asgard first. Hila, who knew that she had no room to resist, did not refute. She pointed forward and used the unique power of the high-level members of the Asgard clan to open a space-time channel to Asgard. Then, she walked into the channel with Ito and disappeared from the underworld of Helm. The next moment, in the broken world of Asgard, Ito and Hila appeared in the completely collapsed city of Asgard. What's going on? Looking at Asgard, which had changed greatly in front of her, Hila asked in a shocked tone. Obviously, it has been destroyed. Ito smiled. Who is it? Who has the guts to attack Asgard under Odin's nose? Surtur, or did my detestable father's evil plan succeed? Hila asked in disbelief. Surtur, the flame giant, was also known as the flame demon in Norse mythology. He was the god of another divine system, in charge of the Fire Kingdom. He was very powerful, and even Odin was very afraid of him. He was currently sealed, but no one knew how long he could be sealed for, because according to the original timeline, this guy was about to run out of the sealed place. It's me. Ito glanced at Hila beside him and said lightly, What? Hila looked at Ito in disbelief. Although she admitted that Ito was strong, she never thought that he would be stronger than Odin. This was because in her, or in the minds of all the members of the Ninth Generation, Odin was the strongest. Other than Surtur, no one could beat Odin. Ito ignored the shocked Hila and walked straight to the Bifrost. Seeing this, Hila could not help but put away the expression on her face. She followed Ito to the Bifrost and came to the Fairy Gate Hall. Then, as expected, Hila's face showed a stunned expression when she saw another Ito, but she was not too surprised. After all, her father, Loki, often used this kind of illusion to deceive others and then secretly carried out his schemes. Seeing Ito's return, Kagen nodded at him and threw Heimdall's longsword back. With a poof sound, he turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared into the air. Then Ito put away Heimdall's longsword and walked out of the Fairy Gate Hall with Hila, stopping on the rainbow crystal path connected to the North Gate. Then he opened the Rubik's Cube world and swallowed the entire Fairy Gate system. A huge black hole appeared out of thin air in front of the Fairy Gate system. Like the huge mouth of a shapeless monster, it swallowed the entire Fairy Gate Hall in one gulp. Crack! The crystal bridge broke, and a neat row of broken stubble flowed down. Chapter 2236. P.S. Thank you to Boring Lord for your precious monthly votes. As the Grim Reaper, I think you should know where the coordinates of Earth are. Ito, who had removed the Bifrost portal system, turned around and looked at the dumbfounded Hila. I know. Hila, who had regained her senses, looked at Ito with a very strange gaze, nodded, and admitted. Use your power to take me to Earth, Ito said calmly. You didn't capture me for this, did you? Hila asked suspiciously. It's just on the way. Ito smiled. Hila looked at Ito suspiciously for a while, but did not say anything. She pointed her finger at the void, and a blue space-time portal instantly appeared in front of Ito and Hila. Ito escorted Hila into the portal and disappeared from the world of Asgard with her. The next moment, on a certain ocean in the Nordic countries on Earth, Ito and Hila's figures walked out of a space-time portal that suddenly opened. Following that, the dimensional door rapidly shrunk and condensed into a point. Like a popped bubble, it disappeared. However, at this moment, Ito suddenly reached out and grabbed Hila's arm. With a thought, he brought Hila back to the Rubik's Cube world. My power! Hila, who appeared in the Rubik's Cube world, suddenly exclaimed. Just in case, Ito said calmly. In that case, you should tell me what you're going to do. Hila stared at Ito's eyes and questioned. It's very simple. I want to extract your power. Ito looked at Hila and smiled. What? Hila exclaimed. Don't worry, it's very safe. I definitely won't let you die. Ito said calmly. If you don't believe me, I can arrange for you to go see Saul first. I've already extracted his power. I should be able to dispel your wariness better. Without waiting for Hila to react, he used his power to send her to another place. He was placed together with Saul, who was also sent there. Then, ignoring the two of them, Ito flashed away and returned to the Marvel world. Hello, Mr. Chun. As soon as Ito appeared, the voice of J.A.R.V. ICE, the artificial intelligence system in the Avengers headquarters building, immediately sounded in his ear. Hello, Jarvis. Where's Tony? After greeting him, Ito asked. Master should be working at Star Corporation now. Do you need me to contact him? Jarvis said. Who's in the headquarters right now? Ito asked. Mr. Captain is currently undergoing practical training in the underground training room. Miss Jenny is watching the film in her room, Jarvis replied. Then help me call Jenny, Ito said after thinking for a while. Okay, please wait a moment, Jarvis said. I'll wait for her in the living room, Ito said as if they were close friends. Without needing Jarvis to guide him, he walked to the living room that he had been to several times before. Then, not long after he entered the living room and sat down. Wasp Jenny, dressed in modern home clothes, walked into the living room. Long time no see, Jenny, Ito said with a smile. What are you doing here? Jenny asked in an unfriendly tone. Although the two sides were not real enemies, they were definitely not friends. If she did not remember that Ito had saved her before, Jenny would not have come here to see him. I have something to ask you. Ito did not mind Jenny's tone and said with a smile. What? Jenny frowned. Are the Carey people here? Ito slightly restrained his expression and asked in a deep voice. The Carey people? No, not yet. Why? Are they coming? Jenny looked at Ito nervously and asked. No, I just want to confirm something, Ito said with a smile. What do you mean? Jenny, who was a little relieved, said inexplicably. Nothing. Ito got up and said, Okay, I already know what I want to know. I'm leaving. You can continue to watch your TV series. Just as Ito was about to teleport away, Jenny quickly stopped him. Wait. Ito stopped. He looked at her with some doubts. I want to ask you to let Carol and Hill go. Jenny hesitated and said, Although I don't know why you want to capture them and some other female superheroes, you're not a police officer. But you're not a cop, and they're not criminals. You are wrong. I know. Ito smiled. Jenny did not expect Ito to admit that what she did was wrong, and her face suddenly showed a stunned look. But since I've captured them, I naturally have my own reasons. I don't mind you guessing that I'm a pervert or a pervert, because I do like beautiful women. Ito chuckled. Susan, with Richard's words, the two of you are also my targets. Jenny's expression changed when she heard this. She subconsciously stepped back with a guarded expression. Haha, don't worry. I'm not interested in breaking up a couple. Ito, who saw Jenny's movements, laughed and said, Okay, I'm leaving. I'm very happy to see you today. Goodbye, dear Miss Jenny. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from Jenny's sight in an instant. Then, the next moment, Ito's figure appeared in the office on the top floor of Stark's building. Sir, someone has invaded your office. Jarvis's voice sounded. You're a little late, Jarvis. Tony looked at Ito, who suddenly appeared in his office, and asked, Hello, Chen. Where's Captain Marvel? Ito asked straightforwardly. In the lab, Tony replied. As for why he was in his lab and not in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison, it was easy to understand. Tony was not interested in working for him. What's more, Captain Marvel had so much alien technology knowledge in his head. Since he had fallen into Tony's hands, there was no reason to let him go. I think I need him, Ito said. Okay, I'll take you there. Tony nodded and said with a 100% cooperative look. Then he stood up from his seat and led Ito to the lab. Why do you think of Captain Marvel again? Tony asked as they took the elevator to the lab. Ito glanced at him indifferently and did not speak. Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Tony, who had asked for a snub, touched his nose and said helplessly. At this time, there was a crisp ding, and the elevator arrived at the destination. Tony walked out of the elevator with Ito and entered his newly divided lab. This was a very large and spacious room filled with all kinds of modern equipment. They were arranged in a messy but orderly manner in the room. Captain Marvel, dressed in a cream costume, was moving around very comfortably. From time to time, he raised the beaker in his hand and observed the subtle changes in the heterochromatic liquid inside. Captain Marvel, someone is looking for you, Tony said as he walked into the lab. Captain Marvel turned around and looked at the two of them. It's you, Captain Marvel said calmly when he saw Ito. I need you to come with me, Ito said softly. Captain Marvel turned his head and glanced at Iron Man, who shrugged helplessly, indicating that he had nothing to do. Okay, wait a moment. I will record the experimental data this time, Captain Marvel said as he looked back at Ito. Okay, Ito agreed. Captain Marvel didn't talk nonsense and turned around and continued to fiddle with the experimental equipment. It wasn't until 7 or 8 minutes later that he stopped and walked out of the experimental equipment. Thank you for your cooperation. Ito reached out and held Captain Marvel's shoulder as he looked at Tony and said, It's nothing, Tony said politely. Ito nodded slightly at Tony and used instant transmission to disappear from the lab with Captain Marvel. What a convenient ability. Tony, who has seen Ito use instant transmission more than once, sighed. On the other side, after 2 teleportations, Ito and Captain Marvel returned to the Magic Cube world. Do you still want me to record knowledge? Captain Marvel, who had calmed down, asked. More or less. But this time, do a little more and help me modify a spaceship. I'm going to carry, Ito said. You're going to carry. Captain Marvel was surprised. Yes, although you have a lot of knowledge, it's not comprehensive enough. So, I need to go to carry and record your technological knowledge from your network. Ito nodded in confirmation. Of course, other than that, I also hope that you can help me make a set of translation tools between Earth's language and Carrie's language so that my people can't understand Carrie's technological information. I don't recommend you do that. Carrie is very dangerous, and it's difficult for you to guarantee your own safety there. Captain Marvel advised. Thank you for your reminder, but I have confidence in myself. Ito smiled. Since you've decided, then okay. Captain Marvel and Ito looked at each other for a while and agreed helplessly. Thank you. Ito thanked him loyally. Then, he exchanged for people to help Captain Marvel with his work. He himself went to the big lab and participated in the energy extraction work of the newly captured members of the Vannas and Asgods. Just like that, more than half a month passed by in the blink of an eye, and the first to bring the good news was the group of people from Captain Marvel. After more than half a month of work, they finally successfully compiled a direct conversion tool between the Earth language and the Krexing language. They also built a small modified ship that combined the Marvel world's miniature universe shuttle technology. Chapter 2237. P.S. Thank you to T-Can for your precious monthly votes. A month later, a small aircraft about 30 meters long, 13 to 14 meters wide, with an acute angle at the front and two wings suddenly broke through the atmosphere and entered space. It then drilled into the subspace and disappeared into the universe. It was not until about an hour and a half later that it reappeared near the sun. It's up to you now, Captain Marvel. Inside the small aircraft, Seito looked at Captain Marvel, who was traveling with him. Captain Marvel nodded and operated the wormhole detection equipment equipped on the aircraft to search for the space near the sun. Not long after, a space with a large distorted force field in the green and white striped light curtain of the detector was found. Found it, Captain Marvel said. Then, he reached out and pressed a red button on the console in front of him. In an instant, the front end of the small aircraft lit up, and an energy beam as thick as an adult's thigh shot out from the aircraft and hit the space in front of them. Then the space there shook and a huge blue vortex emerged out of thin air in the dark space of the universe. It produced a majestic suction force and swallowed the tiny cosmic dust floating nearby. This was a space-time wormhole. You can go in now. Captain Marvel, who had entered another set of numbers on the instrument, said. Seito did not hesitate and immediately controlled the aircraft to rush into the space-time wormhole. Almost the moment they entered the space-time wormhole, the space-time wormhole seemed to have exhausted its strength and suddenly collapsed inward. In the blink of an eye, it shrank into an extremely tiny blue dot and then disappeared like a burst bubble. What entered Seito's eyes? It was a magnificent sea of blue energy, as if it had been shaken to the extreme. It was still swaying and twisting there. It was full of slender white or golden rays of light that dotted the surrounding energy ocean like golden threads. Obviously, these beautiful threads were the light that was sucked and compressed by the space-time wormhole. It's beautiful. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Seito praised. It is indeed so, but they're also very dangerous, Captain Marvel said. You can't do this, Ross. You won't be able to win the girl's heart, Seito said to Captain Marvel helplessly. Really? Captain Marvel asked in surprise. Of course, Seito said affirmatively, but we can't rule out the possibility that some women like your unromantic character. I don't know, Captain Marvel said blankly. You've never been in love? Seito asked with a gossipy expression. I'm not sure. Maybe, Captain Marvel replied after some thought. Are you that smart? Seito patted Captain Marvel's shoulder sympathetically. Captain Marvel looked at Seito in confusion. She couldn't understand how her intelligence had anything to do with whether she had been in love or not. However, he didn't dwell too much on it. He continued to focus on the data on the instrument in front of him. Then after about 5 or 6 minutes, Captain Marvel spoke again. We're going out. After that, Captain Marvel reached out and pressed a button on the instrument in front of him again. Immediately afterward, the entire aircraft shook and abruptly jumped out of the blue energy space and re-entered the dark space of the universe. At this time, Captain Marvel once again entered the data of a race into the instrument. I have entered the coordinates of Planet Carey and the nearby star map into the aircraft. He will guide you on how to fly to Planet Carey, Captain Marvel explained after a moment, stopping what he was doing. Seito nodded and turned on the quantum stealth system of the aircraft. Then the surface of the aircraft blurred and quickly merged with the surrounding universe. Only a very faint, blurry outline was left. If one didn't pay special attention, one would not be able to distinguish it at all. The aircraft flew forward quickly, and this flight took more than 10 hours. It wasn't until Seito felt that but was numbed that a khaki-colored planet that was 4 or 5 times larger than Earth finally appeared in front of Seito's eyes. That's Planet Carey. Captain Marvel's voice also sounded at the right time. Be careful. We have now entered the planet's alert universe. Be careful not to be seen by the patrols. Then, Captain Marvel reminded. Understood. Seito nodded. Then he pulled himself together and carefully controlled the spaceship to fly toward Planet Carey. Along the way, They also encountered several waves of Planet Carry Patrol aircraft that flew across the sky. But with the help of Sei Ito's powerful spiritual sense and a special radar installed on the aircraft, they avoided all of them. The aircraft flew smoothly to the front of Planet Carry, then broke through the atmosphere and landed on the ground of Planet Carry. Under the friction and resistance of the atmosphere, the aircraft could no longer maintain a completely invisible state. It turned into a huge meteor and rapidly fell to the ground under the pull of gravity that was several times higher than Earth's. "We'd better hurry. The Army must have discovered us by now." Captain Marvel's voice was a little nervous as he reminded. "Don't worry, we'll be fine." Sei Ito smiled. Then, with a thought, he immediately put the small aircraft into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he took Captain Marvel and rushed down to the ground of Planet Carry under the protection of the telekinetic barrier. It was also at this time that Sei Ito finally saw the environment of Planet Carry clearly. Planet Carry gave the impression that it was in the universe. It was a khaki-colored planet. There was almost no green on the surface of the planet, other than the yellow soil that seemed to have been severely weathered. There was an alloy that showed a brass-colored metallic luster under the sunlight. Moreover, the alloy covered most of the planet's surface, making the entire planet look like a planetary fortress instead of a planet inhabited by civilization. There were a large number of metal buildings that looked like spires erected on the ground. However, that was not all of them. Most of the buildings were built underground like metal caves, closely stacked on top of each other. There is only a wide passage between two rows of buildings that was large enough for Carry's small spacecraft to travel through at high speed, allowing the two Carry people to enter and exit the metal square house. In terms of style, it was very similar to the future Earth in the movie The Fifth Element, and the container house where the last robot lived in Public Enemy of the Robots. Sei Ito suddenly remembered something and turned to Captain Marvel, who was in his hand, and asked, "By the way, where is the religious headquarters of the Supreme Wisdom?" "It's not around here. You need to fly south," Captain Marvel replied. After receiving the answer, Sei Ito did not hesitate and immediately flew south. "What are you going to do?" "It's dangerous there," Captain Marvel hurriedly reminded him. "I want to liberate the people of Carry." Sei Ito laughed. "As for danger, trust me, unless it's your Carry battleship's main cannon, there aren't many things on this planet that can hurt me." "You're crazy." Captain Marvel was shocked. "It's not me who's crazy. It's us who's crazy." Sei Ito laughed. "Okay, now tell me where the Supreme Wisdom is." "I won't fly around like a headless fly." "Then," Sei Ito said again, "now fly a little to the east and continue flying. We'll arrive when we see a very tall spire and a large open space around it." Captain Marvel said helplessly. Sei Ito nodded slightly and accelerated toward the southeast. However, at this time, the defense forces of Carry finally reacted. They sent out several small aircraft and chased after Sei Ito and Captain Marvel. Sei Ito, who noticed the pursuers behind him, smiled lightly. His body flashed and instantly appeared on the ground of Carry. He hid in a long, wide passage and got rid of the aircraft pursuit. "You lead the way." Sei Ito lowered his head and said to Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel had no choice but to help Sei Ito point the way. However, this situation did not last long. In just over half a minute, two aircraft suddenly flew out of the passage where Sei Ito was. They chased after him while shooting energy rays at him. Sei Ito, who did not like the feeling of being chased, threw Captain Marvel into the air and immediately stopped. He turned around and faced the pursuing aircraft. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and burst out with psychokinesis. In an instant, the two aircraft felt their bodies shake and suddenly became uncontrollable. Then, they involuntarily collided with another aircraft. Boom! A huge fireball immediately appeared in the passage. At this time, Sei Ito reached out and grabbed Captain Marvel, who had fallen back, and flew along the passage again. "This is crazy. Next time, before doing this kind of thing, please remind me so that I can be prepared." Captain Marvel complained. "It's not like you can't fly. You can fly after I throw you out. Seito laughed. Captain Marvel was speechless. He felt embarrassed for his performance just now. How could he forget that he could fly too? After that, the two avoided several waves of pursuit and destroyed more than 10 carry aircraft. Finally, they flew to the tower where the Supreme Intelligence, the actual ruler of Carry, was located. And just as Captain Marvel said, it was an extremely vast open area. There were no buildings within a 2-kilometer radius. Therefore, many defensive facilities were installed here. Therefore, as soon as Seito and Captain Marvel appeared, a large number of Carry soldiers and small defensive laser turrets appeared and pointed their guns at the two. Chapter 2238. P.S. Thanks to Yinixian, Decadent Little Bun, Blood Battle in the Three Realms, Fatty Sue, Skimming the Sea, Boring Lord, Cheshirel, and Idler Shao Chi for their precious monthly votes. What a grand welcome party, don't you think so, Captain Marvel? Seito turned his head and joked with Captain Marvel as he faced the group of Carry soldiers and their weapons. Are you still going to continue with your previous plan? Captain Marvel asked. Why not? Seito turned his gaze back to the Carry soldiers and asked. After he said that, he crossed his arms and waved forward. A huge wind blade in the shape of an X instantly flew out in front of him. It absorbed the air and expanded, turning into a huge wind spear that was dozens of meters wide and tall. It shot towards the Carry soldiers below. The Carry soldiers and the heavy multi-weapon system did not back down either. They fired physical or energy cannonballs and light beams at the wind blades. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and energy flames instantly bloomed in the sky. The huge wind spear that was attacked also scattered into a turbulent flow of air and blew in all directions. However, while the Carry soldiers were dealing with the wind spear, Seito's figure appeared among the Carry soldiers. He first used a transformation spell to transform into a Carry soldier, then attacked the Carry soldiers around him without hesitation. Lightning, hailstones, fire, hurricanes, and sharp metal weapons appeared among the Carry soldiers, destroying the Carry soldiers, the Sentinel robots, the armored vehicles, and the ground weapons defense system one by one. In just a few moments, this group of guardians with supreme intelligence. The Carry soldiers that were similar to the apologetic knights in the real world were all wiped out by Seito. After dealing with the Carry soldiers, Seito turned his head and looked at the stunned Captain Marvel with a smile. What do we do next? Go that way. Captain Marvel pointed at the tower not far away and said in a daze. Seito followed Captain Marvel's arm and looked at the tower. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Captain Marvel's shoulder. He used instant transmission and appeared in front of the tower with him. What's next? Seito asked again. Captain Marvel, who was already used to Seito's teleportation ability, took a deep breath and walked to the wall of the tower that had no door at all. Then, without anyone seeing how he did it, a door appeared on the wall of the tower. Captain Marvel moved and walked into the door. Seito also walked in without hesitation. Soon after, the door closed, and with a light tremble, it quickly began to move. After about 10 seconds, the movement process ended and the door opened again. Then, it became very dim. The windowless metal room gave off an extremely oppressive feeling as it appeared in front of Seito and Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel walked into the metal room first. Seito followed behind. After a few steps, a bluish-green light that looked like radiation and fluorescence appeared in front of their eyes. It was something that looked like a human heart magnified dozens of times. It was dark blue in color with a nose, eyes, and what looked like a huge mouth. The hair on top of it was a material that looked like blood vessels. It was connected to the top of the huge, cylindrical body tank that held it. It fluttered slightly under the stimulation of the strange liquid inside the body tank, and it emitted the bluish-green energy light that Seito saw. It was a strange shape. The disgusting thing was none other than the ultimate biological computer created by gathering the brains of all the highly intelligent people on planet Carey over the generations. It was the supreme intelligence that replaced the Carey royal family and government to rule the entire planet Carey. Supreme intelligence. Captain Marvel bowed to the supreme intelligence and called out, "You disappoint me." The supreme intelligence said with a voice that sounded like several people overlapping, "I'm sorry, supreme intelligence. Please listen to my explanation." Captain Marvel lowered his head and apologized. "I don't want to listen to your explanation anymore. Now, as the management system of Kraken, I officially declare you guilty." Before Captain Marvel could finish speaking, the Supreme Wisdom immediately interrupted him. As soon as he finished his words, 10 Carey Empire members suddenly appeared in the small room. They pointed their weapons at Sei-Ito and Captain Marvel. Just then, Sei-Ito grabbed forward with one hand. The 10 Carey people's bodies immediately flew up uncontrollably. Then, as Sei-Ito swung his arm, they were thrown into the air. Like 10 random objects, they slammed into the nutrition tank that housed the Supreme Intelligence. Bang! It was unknown what the transparent outer wall of the nutrition tank that housed the Supreme Intelligence was made of. It looked like glass, but it did not move at all under the impact of the 10 Carey people's bodies. There were no signs of impact at all. "Ross, are you rebelling?" The expression on the head of the Supreme Intelligence that was attacked changed, and it questioned loudly with ferocity and anger. "No, please stop, Chun," Captain Marvel said in panic. Ito Sei didn't pay attention to him. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the Supreme Wisdom. He lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. His 10 fingers clenched the ground like hooks. He gathered all the energy in his body and threw out a straight punch. Bang! After the seemingly ordinary punch landed, the outer walls of the nutrient tank where the Supreme Intelligence resided in unexpectedly began to tremble violently, shaking the nutrient fluid within and stirring the Supreme Intelligence. Immediately after, there was a crisp paw sound. The outer wall of the nutrition tank suddenly shattered, and a large amount of green liquid immediately spread out like a flood breaking through a dam. Sei-Ito's body flashed, and he instantly dodged under the liquid. "No!" Captain Marvel's voice was filled with fear. To the Carey people, the Supreme Intelligence was not only their ruler, but also their faith. It was everything to the Carey people. Every Carey was imbued with the idea that the Supreme Intelligence was great from the moment they were born. Therefore, even if some of the decisions made by the Supreme Intelligence were wrong and went against their will, they would still accept the Supreme Intelligence. The Carey people would only accept it silently and would not choose to resist, not to mention destroying the Supreme Intelligence. This was something that they could never imagine. Sei-Ito did not show any mercy. He waved his arm, and a stream of light shot out from his hand. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Supreme Intelligence that was exposed in the air and pierced through its forehead. Poof! The system is damaged. Prepare to restart. The Supreme Intelligence said mechanically. Sei-Ito waved his right hand and recalled the stream of light that flew out. Then, with a wave of his left hand, a purple-green flame shot out and quickly flew onto the body of the Supreme Intelligence like a fire snake. Then, with a whoosh, it burned fiercely and enveloped the entire body of the Supreme Intelligence. Under the burning of the purple-green Tusita divine flames that could burn everything, the mere ultimate biological computer was instantly burned into a pile of black ashes and scattered in the hot wind brought by the flames. Then, the purple-green Tusita divine flames rose and burned the entire nutrition tank that contained the Supreme Intelligence into nothingness. After a moment of silence, Captain Marvel said, "You destroyed the Carey people." "No, I saved the Carey people. From now on, you are free. From now on, you can live as you wish and not be controlled by a computer and trained like a puppet." Sei-Ito waved his arm and put away the purple-green Tusita divine flames that had completed its mission. He turned to look at Captain Marvel, who was full of sadness and self-blame. Captain Marvel raised his head and looked at Sei-Ito. "Look at the Carey people now. Are you really still human? Everyone is a soldier. All of your lives are only for conquering, fighting, fighting, and fighting. There is no entertainment at all. How is it different from the Sentinel robots you created? Say Ito sneered. I doubt it. The reason why you carry people stopped evolving is related to your current state of life. Captain Marvel's expression changed, and he began to think. Humans are human because they have emotions. When they encounter something they like, they want it. When they encounter something they hate it. When they encounter someone they like, they pursue it. When they encounter something sad, they cry. When they encounter something happy, they laugh. When they encounter something hateful, they get angry. However, look at you Cray people. Ito Say ignored Captain Marvel and continued to speak. Now I have created an opportunity for you. As for what you want to do, it is your own business. I just need you to help me copy the technological information of the Carry people. Then say Ito, stop talking and let Captain Marvel stand there and think. Maybe you are right. The Carry people do need some changes. After a while, Captain Marvel looked up at Sei Ito and said, I said, that is your business. I only want the technological information of Carry. Sei Ito shrugged. I know, but I hope you can help me. I can't convince everyone by myself. Captain Marvel said sincerely, this is also for Earth. Only by changing them will the Carry people stop their strategy and give up their attack on Earth. I didn't expect a bookworm like you to bargain. Sei Ito looked at Captain Marvel with interest. Well, for the sake of our pleasant cooperation, I will help you. Yes, it is also for Earth. Then, Sei Ito nodded and agreed. Captain Marvel is also half a man of action. After receiving Sei Ito's promise, he immediately took Sei Ito around Carry, starting with the people he was familiar with and persuading them to change. During this process, Captain Marvel naturally could not help but encounter the attacks of the fanatics who believed in the supreme wisdom, as well as the high-ranking military officers who were full of love for war. However, under the suppression of Sei Ito's powerful individual strength, all of their operations failed. The main leaders were captured and temporarily imprisoned in Sei Ito's Rubik's Cube world. After that, the people on Carry also knew that Captain Marvel and Sei Ito were difficult to deal with. The attacks of the extremists immediately decreased, and some of the lurkers and neutrals who were originally dissatisfied with the supreme wisdom also seemed to be motivated. They jumped out of the dark and supported Captain Marvel's transformation plan and joined the transformation team. Just like that, about a month later, the first remodeled special zone appeared on Planet Carry. Then the second, the third. It was not until almost 8 months later that the entire Carry was completely transformed. Under the transformation rules formulated by Captain Marvel, based on some characteristics of Earth and the original characteristics of Carry, it began to operate tentatively. Of course, during these 8 months, Sei Ito was not idle. In addition to leaving his main body in the outside world to suppress the riots and attacks that the Carry people might launch, Sei Ito left the security of Captain Marvel completely to his shadow clone and Hellable. He returned to the Rubik's Cube world and used the energy extracted from the members of the Vannas and Asgods to transform his woman. In the Marvel world, the Warner Gods, the Ashen Gods, and the 3 Olympians had their powers boosted. Although not all powers could fully elevate a person to the level of an official god, more than a dozen people were still able to ascend to godhood. Among them, Wei Zi, who had the attribute of death in the 8 Heroes Knot, was promoted to the Grim Reaper by the divine power of Hell, becoming the second Grim Reaper after her elder sister Suzu Ito. Wheat Table, who had the attribute of a beast but was inclined towards explosive power, became the god of war after receiving the power of Tyr. Nero, who was kind and did not like to kill, became the god of light after receiving the power of Balder. Yagami Gale became the god of seasons after receiving the power of Freya, the goddess of spring, Swazed, the father of summer, Windisfar, the father of winter, and Gilder, the goddess of grain. And because she absorbed enough power, her strength broke through the official god level and became an intermediate god on the same level as a true immortal. However, just as she was not good at fighting Gale's combat level was still very low after becoming the god of seasons. Fortunately, she also had an advantage that others did not have. Since she had the Wind Cloud Knights, she could distribute the attributes of the four seasons to Sinyo and the other Wind Cloud Knights when she needed to fight, allowing them to bring out the true power of the four seasons. Takamachi Naya became the god of dawn and protection after absorbing the power of Heimdall and Dellen, the father of day. After absorbing the power of the Vanir race's god of radiance, Skeener, god Queen Narses, and the Ashen race's god of truth and justice, Foresight, he became the god of judgment, truth, and justice with the lightning attribute. Yomi Yamanaka devoured the last two stones of slaughter in Sei Ito's hands and became the god of night after absorbing the power of Hodel, the god of darkness, and Mondefuli, the father of the moon. Karen became the god of wind after absorbing the power of Nanna, the wife of Balder, the god of light, Mary, the brother of Thor, and Raswig, the god of wind. Chapter 2239. P.S. Thank you to T. Ken, Dark Knight and Life for your precious monthly votes. Valletta became a god after absorbing the power of the goddess of beauty, the god of poetry, the goddess of longevity, and the goddess of virgins, Japhion. However, due to the fact that her powers were too mixed and that her attributes weren't absolutely outstanding, as well as the fact that she was originally a combatant, even though she had become a god, she wasn't able to immediately confirm the laws that she controlled. As a result, just like Erika, she was still at the stage where the god of freedom didn't have a divine concept. Tsunade became the goddess of forest after absorbing the power of the god of forest, father of the sun, Sonder Fury, and Loki's wife, Sigurd. His mother, Eriko, absorbed the power of the sun god Freyr, the sun goddess Aphrodite, and a member of the non-elemental divine race, and became the sun god. She was the second sun god after Mao. Yi, on the other hand, absorbed the power of Norvi, the god of time, Freyja, the Asgard queen who controlled love and marriage, and Ares, the god of war. With the coordination of her dragon eye ability, she became the goddess of fate. Sei Ito was surprised but also felt that it was reasonable. Sorceress Circe, sea goddess Lean, and night goddess Nate became the goddess of magic after absorbing the power of the three. On the other hand, the female Bishop Asola had absorbed the power of the Warner Celestial Lord, Niold, and the world energy that Ito Seben had imbued into her, allowing her to become a nature god. She had gained the ability to control the elements of fire, sea, and wind. At this point, all of the captured members of the Vannas and Askars, except for the last main god, Odin, had used up all of their strength. The result was, after Suzu Ito, Mayo, Cornelia, Hellebel, Tsukiki Emikari, Erika, Liliana, Yuri Wantani, Charmy, Uchiyamiko, Kurenai, Toya, and Athena Asamiya, 13 more people became gods. The total number of gods in the Rubik's Cube world reached 28. According to Sei Ito, it was enough to form the 28 lunar mansions, if the two Athenas were included. With the combined strength of Pandora, Hades, Odin, and Hypnos, the god of sleep, the number would be even greater. It seems like you don't need me here anymore. On this day, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared in Captain Marvel's office. He looked at Captain Marvel, who was busy with his head lowered, and said lightly, "Are you leaving?" Captain Marvel immediately stopped what he was doing, stood up, and asked Sei Ito, "Yes, I've stayed on Planet Carry for too long." Sei Ito sighed. "Thank you. You helped us Christ break free from our shackles and get new life. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be the current Christ, and there wouldn't be the current me. If it's possible, I might even fall into a long period of self-blame because of the destruction of Earth." Captain Marvel's voice was full of emotion. "This is also because you worked hard enough. Otherwise, even if I had great abilities, I wouldn't be able to change an alien race unless I conquered them with force." Sei Ito smiled. "Okay, I'm relieved to see that you're on the right track. Then I won't stay on Carry any longer. Goodbye, Captain Marvel. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future." Then, Without waiting for Captain Marvel to speak, he disappeared from the room in a flash. Thank you, Chun. We, the people of Kraystar, will always remember you. Captain Marvel, who saw Ito say disappear, walked to the window of the office, looked out at the clouds, and said softly. It was as if he was making some kind of promise. On the other side, Sei Ito, who didn't hear Captain Marvel's words, rushed forward. Like a retrograde meteor, he left a long trail of flames behind him. He broke through the atmosphere of planet Carey and flew into the universe. It wasn't until he completely left the gravitational circle of planet Carey that he stopped again. Then, with a thought, Sei Ito released the small spacecraft that he put away when he first entered planet Carey and entered the cockpit in a flash. Target, Earth, let's go, Sei Ito said softly. Then, as if responding to Sei Ito's words, the propulsion system at the tail of the spacecraft spewed out flames, bringing out a pale blue glow and propelling the spacecraft into the depths of the universe. About a day later, with a burst of space distortion, the small spacecraft reappeared in Earth's orbit. At this time, Sei Ito left the spacecraft in a flash, put it away, and activated his teleportation ability to return to Earth. Finally, he appeared in a dense forest in the Nordic countries. Then, with another thought, the figures of Odin and other Asgard and Vanir Protoss, Ares, Hercules, and the Eternal, which Sei Ito also appeared in the forest. 20 to 30 men and women appeared in front of Sei Ito. Congratulations, you're free now. Sei Ito looked at the original Protoss members in front of him and said with a smile. What greeted him was a moment of speechless silence and angry gazes from the crowd. Thank you for your cooperation during this period of time. For this, myself, and those who have received your power and obtained significant improvements would like to express our most loyal gratitude to you. Sei Ito, who didn't care about the attitude of Odin and other Protoss, bowed and saluted. Get out. We don't want to see you again. Because of Saul and Amora, Hill, whose temper had become very irritable as if she had entered menopause, shouted loudly. Yes, get out of our sight. We don't want to see you again. Go to hell. Then, as if some kind of switch had been turned on, the other Protoss members also shouted and cursed loudly. I understand that you don't want to see me, but as a responsible person, I still have to introduce you to the place where you are now, so that it'll be convenient for you to live in the future. Sei Ito, who didn't take the curses of the crowd to heart, continued. This is Norway, which belongs to the Nordic region, an area where the ancient Vikings once lived, so myths and legends about you are very prevalent in this place. As long as you can slightly change your arrogant attitude, you can easily integrate into the lives of the people of this country. The place you are now in is a forest in the north of Norway. There are no signs of human habitation within 100 kilometers, but there are many wild animals like bears, wolves, and foxes. It's enough for you to live here peacefully before you enter human society. Well, that's all I want to say. I wish you a happy life in the human world. In the end, Sei Ito once again acted like an English gentleman. He placed his right hand on his chest and bowed with a smile on his face. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. Bastard! The Protoss members cursed angrily. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had directly disappeared from the Norway forest and returned to the Rubik's Cube world, thought to himself, Phew, I've earned almost all the world's power, and the strength of the others has also been improved to the best level that can be improved at present with the contributions of all the members of the Nordic Pantheon. The rest can only rely on time to digest and absorb. It's time to bid farewell to this world and return to the main world. Then, he straightened his mind and raised his head to the void of the Rubik's Cube world and said, Rubik's Cube, send me back. As soon as the words fell, the familiar huge space-time vortex immediately emerged from the void. It rotated at high speed and produced a huge suction force, sucking Sei Ito's body into the center of the vortex. He turned into a colorful stream of light and instantly disappeared from the vortex like a broken bubble. The next moment, on the top of the mountain in the suburbs of Huadu in the southern part of the Huasha territory in the main world, Seito's figure appeared out of thin air with a crackling sound like glass breaking. But before he could do anything, several majestic divine thoughts swept over from the sky and shrouded his body. Humph! Seito frowned and coldly snorted. And even more powerful divine thoughts burst out from his body and unceremoniously dispersed the probing divine thoughts. Humph! In an instant, only a few muffled groans were heard. All the divine thoughts were like mice that saw a cat, flying back faster than when they came. Seeing the people retreating, Seito ignored them. He simply looked at the surrounding void and observed the changes of the weather in Shu Land. After that, he flashed back to the mountain peak under his feet and returned to the wooden house he built. He came to the bed, sat cross-legged, and meditated to sort out his realm. In the 8 months on planet Carrie, under the influence of the time rules in the central area of the Rubik's Cube world, Seito not only helped his mother, Yi, and others to become gods, but also helped them to understand the rules when they became gods. He broke through the bottleneck of his realm and entered the late stage of Gold Immortal from the peak of the middle stage of Gold Immortal. This was naturally not a problem when he was in the Marvel world. The highest level of that world could catch up to the heavenly realm was enough to accommodate his existence. But the earth was still in the ascending dimension, and the highest limit of strength was only the true immortal realm. As soon as Seito returned, he felt the repulsive force of the world towards him. Fortunately, he still had the privilege of the Akasha system planet consciousness, so he did not cause any trouble and stayed in the main world peacefully. But if he wanted to be stable, he still needed to reorganize his body. As for Yendi on the other side of Shinnon, he never left the pyramid or Shinnon. In addition to the strength of the people in the outside world not being able to disturb him, it was also because after leaving the pyramid and the range of the black cloud, he would also be rejected by the world and need to suppress his strength. After all, not everyone has the privilege of Seito. Chapter 2240. More than a day later, Seito adjusted his strength and suppressed the rejection reaction. Then he didn't stay in the hut for long. He directly appeared in front of the space-time chaotic area in the Himalayas, pointed his finger at the void, opened a portal, and flashed into the zero-dimensional space channel, moving along the dark path toward the Armani Hall. After a while, Seito entered the Armani Hall. Lord, seeing Seito coming, the guard of the space-time gate immediately bowed his head and saluted. Seito nodded slightly as a greeting, and then walked straight to the periphery of the Akasha system's domain in the greeting of the guards, broke through the barrier, entered the domain of the Akasha system, and then walked along the path of fate towards the Akasha system. With the help of the authority granted by the Akasha system, it didn't take long for Seito to come to the front of the Akasha system, which looked like a big white ball of light, then closed his eyes and connected to the Akasha system with his mind. I'm here to pay my dues, Seito said self-deprecatingly. Immediately, Seito mobilized the huge world force he obtained in the Marvel world this time and instilled it into the Akasha system through an inexplicable way. In an instant, the Akasha system lit up and its surface flashed with a colorful luster. Seito, who had long been accustomed to this, ignored the changes in the Akasha system. He focused his mind and began to accept the knowledge feedback from the Akasha system, learning to understand the rules of the operation of the universe to increase his own understanding of Tao. Unconsciously, Seito was immersed in the understanding of Tao. However, he was fine here, but the outside Earth had undergone drastic changes because of his behavior. First of all, at the moment when the Akasha system received the world force, the entire Earth space shook. A large amount of void energy surged up like a storm, creating a terrifying natural hurricane in the whole world. The whole world was caught in a hurricane. A large number of trees were blown down, flowers and grass were blown away, and houses and buildings collapsed. The crowd dodged in all directions, looking for a safe place. The sea was blown up by the hurricane, forming monstrous waves that slammed against the surface of the sea again and again, creating an even more terrifying tsunami that swept towards the surrounding cities near the sea. But the most terrifying thing was the earthquake that was gradually produced by the Vitality Storm, although it was not particularly strong. However, the average level of the earthquake was at the 5th or 6th level. The earthquake caused the land to crack, the houses to collapse, and the people on Earth to panic even more. Then, more ownerless continents and half-planes with resources broke through space and emerged from a void. They fell to the ground and merged with the Earth. Like building blocks, they pushed the Earth to a larger size. The animals began to change. One by one, their bodies swelled up as if they were on steroids. It bared its fangs, and its hair was thick and long. It looked like a giant beast that was about to revert back to its ancestral state. Of course, similar changes occur to humans as well. Many people's bodies began to change under the vibrations of the vital chi. Some of them emitted light, becoming like people of light. Some of them grew long hair, becoming like wild beasts. Some of them swelled up, becoming giants. Some of them bulged with muscles, becoming like well-trained muscle warriors, and so on. It was as if humans were also searching for their own genetic memories and turning back to the appearance of ancient races. And all of this was only for ordinary people and ordinary creatures. For the immortals, Buddhas, demons, and gods who had already descended, they felt that the space around the earth had become more active and resilient. It was more difficult to destroy than before, and it could withstand more power. The vitality of heaven and earth had become abnormally abundant, almost approaching the level of the earth immortal world where they had previously stayed. The rules of heaven and earth were more obvious, making it easier for people to capture, observe, and comprehend. In addition to these, ripples that were difficult for ordinary gods, Buddhas, immortals, and demons to observe spread out from the void, flying out of the earth and into the universe. It was like some kind of announcement signal that was transmitted to a distant place. Similarly, many ripples rushed into the dimensional sea that existed around the earth and quickly spread out. They passed through one world after another, shaking the world barriers of these worlds and stirring up new ripples. In just a moment, a dimensional earthquake that affected the entire dimensional sea erupted. Under the chain reaction of various ripples, it violently impacted every world in the dimensional sea. Then, the world barriers of some unlucky small worlds shattered, causing those small worlds to perish. Some of the world barriers of the central worlds were damaged, causing disasters to occur within these worlds. It could be said that only the world barriers of those large worlds that had reached a high level of power could remain stable in this strong dimensional earthquake, ensuring that the entire world would not undergo drastic changes. Then, more wonderful changes began to occur in the dimensional sea. The remains of those broken small and medium-sized worlds began to fly into the surrounding worlds that were still intact, merging with them, helping them grow, and pushing these worlds to begin to transform into a wonderful state. If Seito were inside, he would find that the changes that were happening to these fragmented worlds that had swallowed other worlds were exactly the same as the dimensional ascension of the main world Earth. In other words, they were breaking away from their original state and evolving to a higher level and more realistic world. At the same time, outside the entire solar system, an invisible barrier that was invisible to the naked eye suddenly appeared at the outermost edge of the solar system, forming a magical partition. It separated the solar system from the entire Milky Way and gradually hid itself. In the end, it became like a mirage, an illusory existence in the Milky Way. Inside the separated solar system, the space of the entire solar system also began to undergo wonderful changes, becoming blurry and uncertain, making it difficult for ordinary space exploration systems to detect the space inside the solar system. What did you say? The coordinates of Earth that were previously written are useless? At this time, on a large warship belonging to the Orion Empire, a general of the Orion Empire roared loudly with smoke all over his body. Yes, General, the space coordinates of Earth are useless. They may have completed the dimensional ascension. A soldier of the Orion Empire reported. Impossible. The intelligence department has already investigated. It will take 3 to 5 years for Earth to complete the dimensional ascension. What's more, our Vanguard team has buried interference equipment in the solar system's sun. Earth will never be able to enter our 4-dimensional space without more than 10 years. Go and check it again. If it's a misreport caused by your loss, you will be punished according to military law, the general said loudly. Yes, the soldier responded and quickly returned to the control panel to operate again. It was not until a moment later that he reported to the general with mixed emotions. General, I am sure that the space coordinates of Earth have been destroyed. We can no longer use the dimensional projector to project the superstring energy bomb into the space where Earth is. You are sure? The general said in disbelief. I'm sure, General, the soldier said firmly. Send a message to the Imperial Army and report the situation of Earth. The general thought for a moment and ordered. Yes, General. The soldier accepted the order and returned to the control panel. How is that possible? Could it be that other civilizations had helped them? Who is it? The general was full of doubts. The same doubts as the general of the Orion Empire also appeared in the hearts of the observers of the Milky Way Federation. They were completely unable to understand how Earth suddenly disappeared from under their noses. Could it be that the ancient gods on Earth have awakened? A member of the Milky Way Federation speculated. Impossible, we have not detected any signs of the arrival of a powerful consciousness. Another representative of the Federation of Intelligence denied loudly. Then what do you think is going on? Another representative immediately asked. What is the possibility of other civilizations helping? Others speculated. Unless it's a civilization above the 8th dimension, it will never escape our surveillance. What followed was a long silence. Well, regarding the matter of Earth, we just need to keep a close eye on it. We don't need to intervene there. The Orion Empire will figure out what happened on Earth for us. Finally, the representative of the Federation, who seemed to be the leader of the Federation, said softly, Yes, General. The other representatives responded. After an unknown amount of time, Ito slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a more powerful, deep, and powerful aura erupted from his body. It seemed to be able to change the heavens and Earth and control the changes in space and time of the universe. With the accumulation of the help of the Marvel world to help the goddesses become gods, and with the assistance of the feedback information from the Akasha system, Ito finally broke through a small realm after the Marvel world and officially stepped into the realm of Tai. His mastery of the rules of time and space reached 10%, and he became a god-level master comparable to the great divine power gods. Then Ito restrained his aura and returned to the initial state of an ordinary person. He closed his eyes again, contacted the Akasha system, and asked about the changes this time. Although only the initial level of dimensional protection have been activated, it's enough. The next step is to slowly improve and take revenge on the Orion Empire. After a while, Ito opened his eyes again and exhaled with joy. It turned out that the energy barrier that suddenly thickened outside the solar system was none other than the first-dimensional protection barrier activated by the Akasha system to protect the solar system. Chapter 2241. P.S. Thank you to Wang It and Zhang Xiaozhong for their precious monthly votes. The so-called dimensional protective barrier generally had 5 layers, with every 5 million kilometers as a grid. According to the current density of the galaxy, the highest upper limit could range from 8 to 13 dimensions. And with Earth's current level of advancement to the 4th dimension, the first layer of the dimensional protective barrier could protect Earth from the detection of civilizations below the 6th dimension. This was also the main reason why many civilizations in the Orion Empire and the Milky Way Federation suddenly lost the ability to monitor Earth. After all, the civilization level of the Pan-Milky Way Federation and the Orion Empire was there. Although they each had a seat as a participant of the seventh dimensional parliament, it did not mean that they really had the strength of a seventh dimensional civilization. It was completely a special seat, specially given by the Grand Universe Parliament, so that they could pass down orders when necessary. Otherwise, with the pride of high-dimensional life forms, they would not look at low-level civilizations like them. After settling the safety of Earth, Seito, who was greatly relieved, did not stay in the Akashic system any longer. He disconnected the connection, withdrew his thoughts, and turned to leave the Akashic system. He passed through the hall, walked through the zero-dimensional space, and returned to Earth space. However, as soon as he came out, Seito clearly felt the changes of Earth. The most obvious was the surge in the amount of heaven and Earth's vitality. It had increased by more than 10 times compared to the degree he could feel before, and it seemed to be increasing nonstop. The space wall had become tough and elastic. Although he did not personally try to use his power, according to preliminary estimates, the power of a true immortal could no longer be broken. For a golden immortal, a beginner could completely withstand it. Middle-stage golden immortals were weaker, and late-stage golden immortals were more dangerous. However, compared to the time when a peak true immortal could shake space and shatter it, it was a whole level higher. After that, the dimension of space had a great leap forward compared to before. Although it had not really reached the level of the fourth dimension, it was not far from that level. According to Ito's estimation, at most, it would take another 6 to 8 months for the entire space around Earth to complete the leap and officially jump into the four-dimensional universe, entering the level of a second-dimensional civilization. Perceiving this, Seito smiled gently. He activated teleportation and returned to a small wooden house on a beautiful mountain near Huadu. Who is it? How dare you barge into this monarch's abode? But before he could admire his own house, an angry and murderous roar rang in his ears. Seito frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. Not far in front of him, there was a middle-aged man wearing a white, ancient, seamless heavenly robe. He was tall and handsome, with long black hair and a jade crown on his head. He was standing in front of the carved wooden chair he had made, and his face was full of anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at him. "And who are you?" Seito, who was originally in a good mood because he had solved Earth's problem, stared at the other party and said coldly, "I am Fuyaozi. Who are you? How dare you barge into my residence?" Fuyaozi narrowed his eyes and shouted again, "Your mansion? What a joke. I built this house with my own hands. When did it become your residence? Moreover, even if it really is your residence, why didn't the protective formation outside stop me from entering? Don't tell me you neglected to activate the formation's defense when you built the mansion." Seito seemed to have heard a funny joke. He looked at Fuyaozi mockingly and said, as soon as he said that, Fuyaozi's monstrous aura immediately paused, and he suddenly lowered a little. It was obvious that he had hit his sore spot. "You're lucky today. I'm in a good mood and don't want to kill, so I'll let you go. Get out of here quickly, or else I won't be polite to you." Seito, who sensed the change in Fuyaozi's aura, snorted coldly and stepped aside as if he was sending a guest off. "So what if it's yours? This monarch is definitely going to occupy this house. Seeing that you're the one who built the house, I can show you mercy and forgive your crime of trespassing this time. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. You can stay by my side as a servant and work to pay for your crimes." Fuyaozi narrowed his eyes and sized up Seito for a while, but he still couldn't sense the aura of an expert from him. He was shocked and said proudly. Seito looked at Fuyaozi as if he was looking at an idiot, shook his head slightly, and sighed, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Then he pointed at Fuyaozi. There wasn't any sound or power, but Fuyaozi's body immediately stiffened. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief as he looked at Seito, who seemed to have done something insignificant. How is this possible? He, Fuyaozi, was a golden immortal. Even in the Earth immortal world where immortals were everywhere, true immortals were as common as dogs, and golden immortals could be seen every few hundred years. he was still considered one of the top figures. How could he be pointed at by a lower realm cultivator? Could it be that the other party's cultivation was higher than his? But how was this possible? Earthstar's great limit hadn't reached the level where it could accommodate Grand Unity Immortals. Fu Yaozi's expression kept changing as he cried out in shock. Tell me your background and why you're here. Don't hide anything, or else I'll make you beg for death, Ito said coldly as he looked at Fu Yaozi. He looked at him as if he was looking at an ant. Fu Yaozi, who was extremely familiar with this gaze, felt a chill in his heart. He lowered his head and began to explain his background. Through Fu Yaozi's explanation, Ito also understood why he was here. Fu Yaozi was one of the elders of the Shunshao sect in the Upper Realm, which was also the Earth Immortal World. He was a registered itinerant immortal in the Heavenly Court, so he didn't hold an official position in the Heavenly Court. Instead, he stayed in the Shunshao sect's small grotto heaven world in the Earth Immortal World to suppress the sect's orthodoxy, so that the sect's fate wouldn't be lost. Originally, everything was fine. However, more than 3 months ago, there was a sudden change in the heavenly stars. A deserted planet that was almost forgotten by people, the Earth star, suddenly erupted with a dazzling starlight comparable to the purple star Duyao, causing the entire Earth Immortal Realm to shake. A large number of sects sent people to Earth to investigate, and, as expected, they discovered the changes in Earth's environment. After receiving the report from the disciples, the various sects immediately attached great importance to it. They then sent out a second batch, and even a third batch of explorers to investigate Earthstar's situation, to discuss their strategy against Earth. Among them were members of the Shunshao sect. In addition, the current sect leader of the Shunshao sect was one of the few sect leaders in the history of the Shunshao sect. Therefore, after a preliminary understanding of Earth's situation, they immediately decided to send their disciples and elders to Earth to preach, to seize the opportunity. Moreover, in order to make this operation safer and more effective, the sect leader of the Shunshao sect specially entered the Grotto Heaven world and invited one of the 2 elders who suppressed the sect, Fu Yaozi, to personally lead a team to Earthstar. The result was needless to say. Under the personal suppression of the dignified golden immortal Fu Yaozi, the Shunshao sect immediately found the original Shunshao sect on Earth through the disciples who had scouted ahead of time and joined forces with them. They re-established their sect in the provinces, and after a month of careful management, they completely stabilized their foothold in the provinces, becoming one of the top forces in the area. After that, Fu Yaozi, who had nothing to do, left the sect and wandered around Huaxiao on Earth, hoping to find some rare opportunities. However, he did not find any opportunities. Instead, he found the small wooden house that Ito had left behind on the mountain. Fu Yaozi, who mistakenly thought that this place was left behind by a golden immortal, was abnormally excited. He immediately set out to break the protective formation that Ito had left behind. Needless to say, after spending close to a month pondering, he really did find it. Although it could be said that Ito didn't put in much effort and set up a very low-level array, it was still broken. That was why he had taken over the dove's nest and mistakenly regarded himself as the master. Are you saying that the changes on Earth have caused a huge commotion in the Earth Immortal Realm? Ito asked in surprise. Yes, Fu Yaozi nodded and confirmed. In the past, no matter what planet it was, it would be impossible for it to escape. As long as they entered the age of chaos, they would never recover. Earth could be said to be the first case in tens of thousands of years. Therefore, the people in the Earth Immortal Realm generally believed that some kind of treasure had appeared on Earth, causing the current changes. Otherwise, it was impossible for such a strange thing to happen. This matter had even alarmed some ancient immortals of the primordial unity and zenith heaven realm who had been living in seclusion. If it were not for the fact that Earth's heaven and Earth restriction only allowed people of the golden immortal realm to enter, they would have been shocked. I reckon that the Earth has long become their cyst. Speaking up to this point, Fu Yaozi looked at Sei Ito with a strange expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Sei Ito nodded thoughtfully, then looked up at Fu Yaozi and said, "Do you want to live or die? What are your conditions?" Fu Yaozi, who knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, had a change in expression. His eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice, "Swear on your Tao heart that you will not tell anyone else about my existence in any way. Also, after today, you are not allowed to make things difficult for me in any way. Then, I will let you go," Sei Ito said calmly. "It's that simple?" Fu Yaozi asked in disbelief. Other than swearing on his Tao heart, the other two conditions were not a problem for him at all. He did not intend to do the latter in the first place. After all, although Sei Ito did not display his true strength, Fu Yaozi would be the first to believe that he was not a primordial unity expert with the ability to seal a golden immortal with a casual finger. Therefore, unless he was stupid, he would never use the power of a sect to deal with a primordial unity expert. If they really fought, he might not even be able to withstand a slap from the other party. As for the former, there were only a few people on Earth who could speak to him, and most of them were his competitors. Fu Yaozi was not stupid enough to give away such precious information to others for free. Therefore, even if Sei Ito did not say it, he would not casually tell others about his existence. Therefore, to him, this condition did not make a difference. It would only block the opportunity for him to use this secret to exchange for favors in the future. Then what do you want? Do you want to stay here as a servant for 20 years to atone for your crimes? Or do you want to pay a huge price and give me a few treasures from your Shinshao sect? Sei Ito asked with a faint smile. Fu Yaozi's expression froze when he heard this. He was so embarrassed that he could not say anything. However, since you think it's simple, you won't be at ease if I don't add something. How about this? Other than swearing on your Tao heart, prepare a list of information about the forces in the Earth Immortal Realm. Write down all the names and titles so that I know. Then, give me a few bottles of treasured pills that you did not send, a few volumes of Tao books, and some rare treasures. Then, we'll call it quits, Sei Ito continued without waiting for Fu Yaozi to speak. Fu Yaozi's expression froze. He wanted to slap himself. Why'd he ask that question? Remember, don't try to fool me with some trash. Otherwise, I don't mind personally visiting your Shinshao sect in Hangzhou to take some things that I like. Yes, Fu Yaozi replied helplessly. Swear it, Sei Ito said indifferently. Fu Yaozi sighed and solemnly swore a Tao heart oath. I, Fu Yaozi, swear on my Tao heart that I will not in any way. Fu Yaozi then realized that he did not know Sei Ito's Tao name and turned to look at him awkwardly. Chun Shiqing, Sei Ito said indifferently. I will not in any way tell fellow Taoist Chun Shiqing's existence to anyone other than myself and fellow Taoist Chun. I also promise that after today, I will not make things difficult for fellow Taoist Chun in any way. If I violate this oath, I will suffer the calamity of a heart demon devouring my soul, Fu Yaozi said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable force suddenly spread out from Fu Yaozi's body. It interacted with the surrounding space and quickly melted into the air. Sei Ito knew that this was a response from the heavenly Tao. This meant that Fu Yaozi's oath had been recorded by the heavenly Tao. As long as he violated it, even if he became a saint, he would still suffer. Sei Ito nodded and pointed at Fu Yaozi again. Then, Fu Yaozi felt his body relax and regained control of his body. Thank you, fellow Taoist. 3 days later, I will personally send an apology gift to you. Fu Yaozi bowed to Sei Ito and said seriously. All right, Sei Ito said indifferently. I'll take my leave. Fu Yaozi knew that Sei Ito had no intention of keeping him, so he was tactful. After bidding farewell, he transformed into a golden light and instantly flew out of the array like a shooting star, disappearing into the distant sky. After Fu Yaozi left, Sei Ito walked out of the small wooden house again. With a spread of his divine perception, he changed the entire protective mountain array. He did not have the habit of leaving a back door for others. In order to prevent similar situations from happening in the future, Sei Ito used all of his brain power and set up the best protective mountain array he could set up with his current realm. Chapter 2242. P.S. Thank you to Crimson Moon Lily for your precious monthly votes. The moment the formation was completed, the clouds above the entire mountain peak surged violently. A large amount of heaven and earth essence chi gathered towards the mountain peak in a form visible to the naked eye, forming a thick fog that enveloped the entire mountain peak. It was like a spirit mountain in the immortal world, faintly discernible. This movement naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, after Ito, Sei snorted coldly and shattered all the divine senses that swept over. The divine senses masters who knew that the owner of this place was not to be trifled with immediately retracted their divine senses and became well-behaved. In their hearts, they marked the mountain where Ito Sei lived as a dangerous place. Then, Sei Ito moved and flew back into the sky. He used his spirit eyes to observe the changes in the clouds between heaven and earth, using them to understand the current situation of the forces in China. However, what he saw really gave Sei Ito a fright. As far as the eye could see, dozens of dense clouds surged, condensing into the shape of dragons and tigers. They stood high in the sky, inhaling the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. At the same time, they announced to the surrounding forces that their sect was powerful and had a deep foundation. Countless small pillars of clouds of different colors filled the surroundings. Intimidated by the dozens of large clusters of providence, they barely managed to keep their clouds from dispersing and hovered in the air. Of course, if that was all, it would not be enough to give Sei Ito, who was used to seeing big scenes, a fright. After all, no matter how many pillars of providence there were, no matter how clear they were, no matter how thick the pillars of providence were, they could not compare to the starry sky and the boundless stars of the universe. Therefore, what really gave Sei Ito a fright was something else that existed above these pillars of providence. It was a faintly discernible gate with carved beams and pillars on its surface. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see a white jade gate guarded by countless golden-armored soldiers. Judging from the style and position of the gate, it was exactly the same as the southern heavenly gate mentioned in the records. This gave Sei Ito reason to believe that it was the southern heavenly gate that led to the heavenly court. The southern heavenly gate has also appeared. It seems that the earth has really entered the realm. Ito Sei sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, he looked around and looked at several other places. Then, several similar gates came into Sei Ito's sight. The Eastern Heavenly Gate, Western Heavenly Gate, Northern Heavenly Gate, Southern Heavenly Gate, and the one on Mount Tai. It should be the gate to enter the Earth immortal realm. Good fellow. Now it's all here. Sei Ito's face helplessly. To be honest, he really didn't want the Earth to merge with the earthly immortal realm so quickly. Although this would give the Earth more protection, it would also bring more trouble. After all, there were too many forces in the earthly immortal realm. A little carelessness might cause some big trouble. Ito Sei, who had solved the problem of the Earth with great difficulty, really didn't want to suffer anymore. But it was clear that this matter wasn't going according to his wishes. Earth used to be a part of Earth. After Earth was upgraded to a sufficient level, the Earth immortal realm had to be merged with Earth. It was necessary for the Earth immortal realm to reintegrate with the Earth. In fact, it was not only the Earth immortal realm, but also the heaven realm and the immortal realm in the future. This was an inevitable trend. It was not something that he, a guy who had been recognized by the Akasha system, could change. Forget it. It's useless to think about this. I'd better do my own thing. Sei Ito shook his head slightly. He sighed softly. Then, his figure flashed, and he returned to his small wooden house. After completely changing the things in the wooden house, he rested on the bed in the wooden house. He enjoyed a good sleep. 3 days later, fellow cultivator, Fu Yaozi of the Shinshao sect requests an audience. That morning, Just as Ito was leisurely basking in the sun, a voice that was gathered into a thread suddenly exploded above the mountain peak. Like rolling thunder, it reverberated in a very small area. Ito, who heard the greeting, smiled gently. He turned his hand, and a piece of white paper the size of a palm appeared in his hand. He threw it into the air, and the piece of white paper expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of an ordinary person. Then, it suddenly turned into a woman in a white robe and floated back to the ground. Go and pick up the person at the foot of the mountain. Itose stretched out his hand and pointed at the white paper girl. He transmitted a message to the paper girl's mind and said softly, "Yes." The paper girl responded. Then, she turned around and flew down the mountain like a ghost. Then, after about 10 minutes, she appeared in front of Ito with Fu Yaozi, who was still wearing a white robe. Fu Yaozi greets fellow cultivator. Fu Yaozi bowed to Ito and said with a serious face, "Fellow cultivator is too polite." Ito did not move from his chair and nodded slightly. In terms of attitude, he was very arrogant. He did not put Fu Yaozi on the same level as him at all. However, the latter was not surprised. He took out a small bag from his arms, as if it was a matter of course. He leaned forward slightly and handed it to Ito with both hands. "This is my apology for my previous rudeness. I hope you will accept it," Fu Yaozi said. Ito stretched out his hand and took the small bag that looked like a storage bag into his hand. He opened the bag and used his divine sense to explore it. Then, several white jade porcelain bottles, several jade boxes, a few books made of unknown materials, and a few fruits and wines filled with spiritual qi were reflected in his mind through his divine sense. "Let me introduce you." Ito flipped his hand and took out a porcelain bottle. "This is our Shenxiao Sect's unique Azure Sky Jade Thunder Pellet. It's refined using the heavenly cloud qi, the violet thunder flower unique to the earth immortal realm's Nanluo Mountain, the bones of the azure bone bird, and many other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If a heavenly immortal cultivator consumes it, it can cleanse the marrow and refine the immortal bones. If a true immortal consumes it, it can refine the 5 internal organs and give birth to the 5 qi. If a golden immortal consumes it, it can comprehend the profundity of the lightning art and feel the clarity of heaven and earth. It can also increase the purity of magic power by 60 years. Fu Yaozi said proudly. Moreover, he did have the qualifications to be proud. After all, the Azure Jade Thunder Pill had 3 functions. No matter which one it was a good item for immortals of that realm. Especially the last function that allowed one to comprehend the profundity of the lightning art and feel the clarity of heaven and earth. It was a good treasure that could allow golden immortals to improve their cultivation and even have a chance to break through to the next realm. Countless cultivators in the earth immortal world wanted one, but could not get it. It was a pity that Fu Yaozi's act could be said to be deliberate. It was useless in front of Ito because Ito did not know the value of the Azure Jade Thunder Pill. Naturally, he did not understand how much Fu Yaozi had invested in this apology gift. It was like a blind man lighting a lamp in vain. No, it could not be considered complete. At the very least, Ito still understood that this was a good item that could be given to those martial Dao cultivators who did not receive any benefits from the Marvel world. Ito played with the small porcelain bottle in his hand and asked, "Can people below the heavenly immortal realm consume this?" "Yes, but at the very least, it can only be consumed by cultivators above the nascent soul realm. Moreover, when consuming it, there needs to be many people to protect it. Otherwise, the lightning art that explodes in the pill could very well endanger the user's life." Fu Yaozi said seriously. Ito weighed the storage bag in his hand and asked, "Are all of these treasured pills in the storage bag?" 3 of the bottles contain the Azure Jade Thunder Pill. The other 6 bottles contain the Divine Night Spirit Treasure Pill. Its function is similar to the Azure Jade Thunder Pill. It also has the ability to cleanse the body and allow one to comprehend the mysteries of the lightning art. However, it's only useful for people below the heavenly immortal realm. Fu Yaozi explained. Ito-sei nodded and put away the storage bag with a non-committal look. I'll accept this and let bygones be bygones. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for being impolite. Ito-sei's eyes widened as he released the aura of a grand unity immortal to envelop Fu Yaozi. Yes, there definitely won't be a next time. Under the intimidation of Sei Ito's aura, Fu Yaozi's body went weak and almost fell to the ground. His face was slightly pale as he repeatedly promised. See the guest out. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fu Yaozi. He retracted his aura and closed his eyes as he spoke to the paper girl standing by the side. Taoist Master, please. The paper girl said, I'll take my leave. Fu Yaozi, who was greatly relieved, cupped his hands and left the mountain with the paper girl. Sensing Fu Yaozi's departure, the corner of Sei Ito's mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself happily. With these pills, Li Yingxiong, Tao Wu, and Xing should be able to become immortals. Thinking of this, Sei Ito did not hesitate and immediately entered the Rubik's Cube world and began to upgrade the few people in the wuxia and immortal cultivation department. It was not until a few days later that he returned to the space of the main world, Earth. It's time to take revenge on the Hunter Empire. Sei Ito thought to himself as he stood on the mountain peak and looked up at the sky. With that, his figure flashed and disappeared into the air. In the next moment, Sei Ito's figure appeared in the outer space outside Earth. Then, his figure flashed again, turned into a stream of light, and shot toward the sun. After instilling the world's power, the Akashic system deliberately informed Sei Ito of the situation inside the sun. It let Sei Ito know for the first time that the Hunter Empire had left a backup plan in the sun. If it was not removed quickly, not only would it interfere with Earth's dimensional ascension, it would also form a signal source that would allow the Hunter Empire to trace the spatial location of the solar system again. Not to mention, that thing was still constantly affecting the sun's operation, causing it to emit some kind of harmful wave that would attack the humans on Earth. Therefore, before he prepared to go to the Orion Nebula to attack the Orion Nebula, Sei Ito must remove the nail in the sun. With Sei Ito's near-light speed movement, it did not take long for Sei Ito to arrive in front of the sun. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed at the sun. Nothing unusual happened, but a rapidly sinking depression appeared on the surface of the sun. Seeing the depression appear, Sei Ito did not hesitate and flew over in a flash. Chapter 2243. In front of Sei Ito's eyes was a crimson ocean. The blazing high temperature kept burning Sei Ito's body, making it scalding hot. However, that was all. Whether it was his soft black hair or his skin, there were no signs of being burned. They still maintained their original appearance. Fortunately, I have the authority of the sun and can use the sun's divine power to corrode the sun in reverse. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sure that I could fly here. Feeling the terrifying high temperature around him that was as high as tens of thousands of degrees and still getting stronger and stronger, Ito-sei's heart was filled with joy. Although he had been eroded by the power of the world many times, causing his body to transform the strength of the world itself, he still had not reached the level of indestructibility of the world that could accommodate everything. Therefore, his body still had an upper limit, but this upper limit was very high. As for how much, Sei Ito had not tested it in an extreme environment, so he was not too sure. Therefore, he still had lingering fears about the high temperature of 15 million degrees and the pressure of 250 billion atmospheres at the core of the sun. He was afraid that he could not bear it and would be directly turned into ashes by the sun. Fortunately, this level of high temperature was not something that could be resisted by the materials made by ordinary dimensional civilizations. Although they destroyed the sun one by one, that was purely in terms of destruction. If they were ruthless, Sei Ito could do it. After all, it was not like Sei Ito did not have any black hole weapons in his hands. Therefore, the nail buried in the sun by Orion Empire would not go too deep. At most, it would be near the middle range of the sun's radiation layer, which was the area where the temperature was as high as hundreds of thousands to millions of degrees. However, it was still enough to make Ito's heart palpitate. Then, Ito put these trivial thoughts aside and spread out his divine thoughts. He began to search the sun attentively. This search took more than a month, and Ito finally found the nail left in the sun by Orion Empire and sealed it. He threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. Ito didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly turned around and flew out of the sun. He had had enough of flying around in the sun, not to mention the terrifying high temperature that gradually became unbearable to him, and in the end, he had to use the sun realm to resist it. The various dangers created by the nuclear reactions that were carried out all the time in the sun made Ito very overwhelmed. If it weren't for the fact that he had enough means and strength, he would have been blown away by a sunspot explosion long ago, not to mention the boredom caused by the loneliness brought by the long-term search and the redness in his eyes. Ito had nowhere to vent his anger. In the end, he could only blame all of them on Orion Empire. He was ready to give Orion Empire a big blow in his revenge. About an hour later, Ito finally flew out of the sun and appeared in space. Phew, I'm finally out. Looking at the dark, starry sky of the universe in front of him, Ito suddenly felt that this starry sky was so beautiful even though there was nothing in it. He let out a big sigh of relief and relaxed. Then, in a flash, he returned to the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the world of the Dark Bible. He summoned Reika Kitami, Takashiro Hiroko, Jebarika, Water Roguchi, and other female characters from the original Dark Bible to his side. He used instant transmission to take off everyone's clothes, including his own, and started a shameless naked party. Passionate, mellow, and full of temptation, decadent sounds immediately sounded in the spacious villa. Until a few days later, Ito reappeared in the universe of the main world. It's just that at this time, his expression became calm again, and he no longer had the internal volcano that could erupt at any time. Then, Ito's mind moved again. He summoned a small aircraft that was a combination of Marvel World's carry technology, Magical Girl Naya World's magical technology, and some other marginal technologies to his side. He then entered the aircraft's cockpit, started the aircraft, and quickly flew toward Mercury. Ito remembered. The last time Orion Empire's troops came, one of them opened a space portal on Mercury. After flying in normal space for about half a day, the aircraft flew into Mercury's orbit. At this time, Ito reached out and activated the space jump point detection device. As he piloted the aircraft around Mercury, he began to explore Mercury and the space around it. It didn't take long for a space jump point to be found by the detector. Ito was no stranger to that location. It was a location where Orion Empire opened a space portal previously. Obviously, even with Orion Empire's technology, they didn't dare to open a space portal anywhere. They also needed to rely on a natural space-time intersection point. After determining the location of the space jump, Ito did not hesitate. He immediately pressed another button on the console in front of him. Then, the rectangular muzzle protruding from the front of the aircraft lit up and a pale blue energy laser shot forward. The laser cut through space and instantly fell on the point of space-time intersection. In an instant, the space shook and faintly visible ripples quickly spread out. Then a black vortex hole like stirred coffee appeared out of thin air, producing a powerful suction force that sucked all kinds of meteorites floating around into the vortex. Knowing that this whole vortex won't last long, Ito didn't hesitate. After controlling the aircraft to shoot a space locator in the opposite direction, he immediately drove the aircraft into the newly opened wormhole and disappeared from the solar system in an instant. At the next moment, the wormhole seemed to know that it had completed its mission. It shrank inwards abruptly and quickly collapsed into a small pitch-black dot. Then it instantly disappeared like a burst bubble. In another universe far away, with a flash of blue light, Ito's small aircraft appeared in this strange universe. I hope this star map in the hands of the Carry people can be used. Ito pulled up the Milky Way universe navigation route map obtained from the Carry people and set the spacecraft to autopilot. Then, he restarted the spacecraft, let it enter the subspace, and flew straight towards the nearest planet marked on the star map. As for Ito himself, he sat in the pilot's seat and closed his eyes to rest. While familiarizing himself with the power of the Tai realm, he silently adjusted his state, keeping himself at the peak at all times to deal with unexpected situations that might happen at any time. Chapter 2244. P.S. Thank you to Red Knight for your precious monthly vote. The Orion Empire is located in a cosmic region called the Orion constellation. There are two major nebulas, the Orion Nebula and the Horsehead Nebula, containing dozens of stars. It is the cosmic nebula region closest to Earth in the Milky Way galaxy, only 1,500 light-years away from Earth. Its brightness is quite high, second only to the Kalina Nebula. It can be observed with the naked eye in a dark area. Among the dozens of stars in the Orion constellation, 4 are hot stars similar to the Sun, 7 are bright planets, and the rest are low-brightness planets and ordinary gravel dust. According to some rumors on Earth, the main star of the Orion Empire was located on Rigel 7, one of the 7 bright planets. Although it had never been confirmed by anyone, it could be regarded as a direction for Ito Sei. He would not have to fly around the universe like a blind man. Otherwise, it would take him 3, 5, 8, or even 9 years to find the main star. Of course, before that, Ito's first priority was to determine his position and relock the course. The spacecraft flew for more than a day under autopilot before it once again jumped out of the subspace. A beeping sound came from the large magnetic field detection device, indicating the discovery of a planet. Hearing the beeping sound, Ito slowly withdrew from his meditative state. He opened his eyes and reached out to hold the spacecraft's control panel, then changed the autopilot mode back to manual mode. He then controlled the spacecraft to fly around the newly discovered planet while observing the planet's state through the optical screen. This was a grayish-brown planet that was very large. It was about 3 times the size of the original Earth and had a thin atmosphere. However, it was very unstable. Lightning bolts visible to the naked eye were constantly jumping in the atmosphere. It emitted bursts of light. There were no surrounding satellites similar to the relationship between the Earth and the Moon, nor were there any asteroid belts similar to the outer surface of Saturn. It was bare and alone, floating in the universe. After roughly observing the planet's state, Ito stopped the spacecraft and turned on the life detection device. In an instant, a special electric wave that was invisible to the naked eye extended out from the cabin that suddenly opened at the front of the spaceship. It was shot out from a small round pod that looked like a satellite receiver. It passed through the void and rushed into the planet's atmosphere. Then, after about a minute, a subtle DD sound came from the device. Ito's gaze shifted slightly when he heard the notification. It landed on the surface of the radar-like life detector. The emptiness of the planet told Ito that it was a dead planet without any life. Ito, who wasn't surprised by this, didn't mind it. He activated another function of the probe and sent out another wave to explore the planet. This time, the time taken was slightly longer than the previous exploration. About 3 minutes later, a new prompt sounded from the instrument. Ito's eyes glanced at the interface of the instrument. His expression suddenly changed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because in the new interface, there were a bunch of densely packed dots. However, the small dots that were scattered into several clusters came into his sight. What they represented was none other than the fresh lives of each and every one of them. The reason why the previous exploration didn't detect them was entirely because the 2 probes targeted different life forms. The previous exploration targeted 3-dimensional life forms similar to humans on Earth. The second exploration targeted four-dimensional life forms that were higher than three-dimensional, so the results of the two probes were different in a short period of time. Ito slightly memorized the distribution of these life forms on the planet. Then his figure flashed. He left the spacecraft and appeared in the outer space. Then he bent down and rushed toward the planet, at a speed as high as 20 times the speed of sound. In almost an instant, Ito broke through the planet's atmosphere and arrived above the planet's surface with a thick gray cloud. Just like what he saw in the outer space, this was a grayish-brown world. There was no water, no vegetation, and everywhere he looked were mountains that extended for hundreds of kilometers and craters similar to those on the moon's surface. Thick lightning bolts occasionally struck the ground, shattering the mountain rocks and leaving streaks of blazing white marks in the air. Apart from that, there were several active volcanoes within sight. Thick black smoke and boiling red magma constantly gushed out from the craters of the active volcanoes. Even if he didn't take out a specialized instrument to detect the air quality, Ito could imagine that this environment was definitely not suitable for humans to survive. Then, Ito retracted his gaze and moved toward the place where the four-dimensional life forms were closest to him. Flying at a speed several times the speed of sound, Ito arrived above the place where those life forms were located in just a few minutes. However, what he saw was still a barren rocky surface. Feeling somewhat surprised, Ito raised his eyebrows and released his spiritual sense to carefully investigate the surroundings. In the next moment, Ito understood why. So it's underground. Ito muttered to himself. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, in a huge space about 100 meters below the barren surface, Ito's figure appeared out of thin air along with a faint change in light. Then, he looked around and observed the surrounding environment. This was an extremely spacious space. The top floor was tens of meters away from the ground. It was unknown how wide it was. It was so empty that it was like a huge underground city. However, there was no city or city wall. Instead, there were many irregular round holes of about 3 to 4 meters in diameter on the surrounding walls. They were pitch black and led to unknown places. In the center of the underground space, there was a large machine in the shape of a 5-tiered pyramid. A pale blue light flickered on top of it. At the top of the pyramid was a spherical metal ball. One end of it was connected to a huge pipe that led to an unknown distance. A dozen heavily armed soldiers of the Orion Empire stood around the pyramid, guarding the huge staircase of the pyramid with solemn expressions. From the looks of it, this seems to be a mine, Ito said thoughtfully after taking in the environment in front of him. Then, with a thought, the soldiers of the Orion Empire who were guarding around the pyramid suddenly appeared in front of him. They waved their limbs in the air in a panic like drowning people. At this time, Ito's mind turned, and a black energy barrier immediately appeared around all the soldiers of the Orion Empire, forming a coffin-like rectangular column, sealing all the soldiers of the Orion Empire inside. Then, these black coffins flashed and disappeared into thin air. At this point, all the soldiers of the Orion Empire in the entire underground space had been captured and sealed. Then, Ito's figure flashed and appeared next to the pyramid. He seemed to be observing there. However, after looking at it for a long time, Ito still could not figure out what the pyramid was for or how it worked. Then, he retracted his gaze and spread out his divine sense to explore the surrounding tunnels that were similar to the tunnels dug by the cavemen. Soon, a creature that looked different from the Orion Empire appeared in Ito's mind through his divine sense. It was a group of humanoid creatures. They were not tall, similar to the legendary dwarves, only about 2 to 4 meters tall. However, they were not as strong as the dwarves. Instead, they were similar to the goblins. They were thin and dry, without a single hair on their bodies. Their eyes were very small and could even be said to be almost non-existent. However, it seemed that the nose was particularly developed, occupying 1/3 of their entire head. They were dressed in rags and stood there foolishly as they dug at the wall. They took down pieces of dark blue or from the rock wall and threw them into the backpack beside them. After filling the backpack, they carried the ore to a towering device with 4 semi-curved metal arms near the middle of the tunnel. The device flashed with a blue energy halo inside and threw the ore into the device. After throwing the ore into the device, the blue energy halo flashed faintly and sent the ore to an unknown storage point. Natives, or a slave race from another planet? Saito deduced. Then, with another thought, he moved a dwarf that was digging in front of him. #yen. #yen. As soon as he stood still, the dwarf let out a strange cry full of panic. It has a language. Seems like it's an intelligent creature, Saito thought to himself. Then, he converted his divine sense back into mental strength and probed into the dwarf's mind, connecting with the dwarf's mental strength field. Silence, Saito said softly with a voice filled with the Taoist, soul-suppressing voice. Who are you? After a moment of silence, the dwarf asked with a voice filled with fear and fear. Who are you, and what kind of creatures are you? Saito did not answer the dwarf's question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. My name is Gar. I'm from the Takrasir tribe. The dwarf named Gar replied. The Takrasir tribe? Are you a native of this planet? Saito asked. No, the Takrasir tribe, live on a planet called Sorcerous. We were captured by the Orion Empire and brought here, Gar replied. Mining for them? Saito asked. Yes, Gar confirmed. Tell me about the situation here, Saito requested. This planet. Gar nodded his little head and began to explain the situation here. Seeing how cooperative Gar was, Saito was speechless. He could not help but wonder if he had frightened him. Chapter 2245. Through Gaz's explanation, Saito finally understood the situation on this planet. This planet, which gets called #yen, was a resource planet. It was located at the edge of the Orion Nebula in the constellation Orion, where the Orion Empire was located. It was thousands of light years away from the Orion Imperial Planet, where the Orion Empire was located. It contained an important mineral called blue crystal. Gaz and his compatriots from the Tata Krosar clan were miners who mined this blue crystal. As for the blue crystal, it was a type of natural crystal that was very good at conducting energy. It was mostly used to create energy weapons and the energy output pipes of spaceship power furnaces. Therefore, even though it wasn't a particularly high-grade crystal, it was still a very popular commodity in the universe. It was a very good strategic resource. After it was mined, it would be sent to the material transporter. It was the machine with 4 metal arms and a blue energy halo that Saito saw in the middle of the tunnel before. It would directly transport the extracted blue crystal into the refining furnace, the 5-story pyramid next to Saito, and then it would be refined into pure blue crystal. It would then be transported through the pipeline connected to the metal sphere at the top of the pyramid to a centralized warehouse. It would be used to transport the supplies that would be delivered once every 3 #yen months. As for where the supplies would be transported to, it was not something that Gaz, a low-level miner who did not eat well and was not well-dressed like a beggar, would know. When was the last time the supplies flew through here? Saito asked. It was 2 #yen months ago, Gaz replied. In other words, there is still a month before the supplies will be delivered this time? Saito confirmed. Yes, Gaz confirmed. How much do you know about the situation of the Orion Empire? Saito nodded slightly. Then he asked, I don't know a lot. Hearing this, Saito clearly felt Gaz's psychic fluctuate, and his voice was filled with caution and fear. Tell me what you know. Saito increased the pressure of his psychic power and said in a deep voice. Yes. Gaz, who was under pressure, quickly responded and then told him all the information and rumors he clearly knew or heard about the Orion Empire. The Orion Empire, just like its name, was an imperial country with the existence of the royal family. It was not the so-called constitutional monarchy on Earth, but a real monarchy like the ancient feudal dynasty, where all power was concentrated in the hands of the emperor. So in the Orion Empire, the emperor and the royal family had the greatest authority. They also had the most resources. Under the emperor, the 7 generals of the Orion Empire had the greatest authority. They were in charge of the 7 legions of the Orion Empire, stationed in the 7 administrative planets. At the same time, each had 4 generals under their command, and each general had a fleet of more than 2,000 battleships. Warship battleships. They were stationed in the 7 administrative universes with the 7 administrative planets as the center. Further down, then, it was the turn of the aristocratic leaders who controlled the various administrative planets. The administrative philosophy of the Orion Empire was semi-extreme militarism. No matter men or women, they had to undergo military-style training and cultivation before they reached adulthood. This made the people of the Orion Empire extremely belligerent and aggressive. But the opposite effect was that the people of the Orion Empire had very few people who chose to engage in the production industry after they reached adulthood. Most of them joined the army and various military-related scientific research and administrative departments, making the productivity of the entire Orion Empire very low in terms of living materials. It might not even be as good as Earth, and most of the things needed to be purchased from outside. But the result of this was that the Orion Empire was easily suppressed by other civilizations, which was unacceptable for the Orion Empire. So in order to make up for their own weakness, and to let the policies implemented by the country bring positive results, the Orion Empire unstoppably embarked on the road of invasion. They used force to forcibly reclaim the defeated civilizations as their vassal race, or directly raise them as slaves to strengthen the production of living materials in the Orion Empire and to use them as cannon fodder in the war against other civilizations. After all, the outbreak of war often meant the death of a large number of lives, especially when battleships and space wars were bombarded by each other. Therefore, in order to avoid excessive consumption of their own population, this kind of behavior became an inevitable choice. Oh, by the way, before we were caught, I also heard about it, but I don't know if it's true. After a general introduction of the situation of the Orion Empire, Gar suddenly said, as if he remembered something, "Master? What's that?" Seito was surprised. Master, that's our honorific title for those with high spirituality. Anyone who can cultivate 8 of the 12 spirituality channels in their body to their own characteristics will receive this title and will be specially praised by the intelligent life parliament of the pan-dimensional universe. Gar explained with a face full of reverence. What are they? Seito frowned and asked. I don't know. Gar said in an embarrassed tone. Are there many masters? Seito asked. It depends on the level of the civilization. Under normal circumstances, only civilizations above level May 3rd have masters. Gar said, Tell me about this civilization level. Seito said calmly. Oh, Gar became the narrator again. The so-called civilization level was an evaluation rule that measured the overall level of a planet's civilization. There were a total of 9 levels, which were judged from many aspects such as the civilization's development level, technological level, civilization's personal quality, individual strength, and basic education level. For example, the planet Sorcerous, where Gar came from, lived in, was a level 1 civilization planet. What about the Orion Empire? Seito asked. The Orion Empire is a level 3 civilization planet. But according to the conversation of the supervisors here, they seem to have recently applied to the Parliament for level 4 review. Gar replied. Seito nodded and lowered his head to ponder. Although he did not know what a master was, according to Gar's description of a master's inheritance, they were similar to cultivators. They also had powerful and strange individual strength. In other words, a master was a cultivator. It was just that the two of them cultivated different things. Cultivators cultivated chi, spirit, and energy, while masters cultivated the innate spiritual pathway. Coupled with the fact that they were high-dimensional life forms, Seito had every reason to believe that these so-called masters were the people who became gods on Earth. Otherwise, How could they cultivate the spiritual pathway to its own characteristics according to Gar? What was the difference between this and things like rules, crystals, and divine positions? In this way, Seito had to pay attention to when taking revenge on the Orion Empire. Other than the strange technological weapons, there was one more thing that he needed to pay attention to: the masters in the Orion Empire. Seito would never believe that there were no masters in the Orion Empire, a member of a level 3 civilization that only masters could land on. There might not even be ordinary masters in the Orion Empire, but existences above the level of masters. Phew, I hope there are no masters above the level of Tai in the Orion Empire. After a while, Seito let out a long breath and thought to himself. The only thing he was worried about now was whether this would lead to the real members of the 7th dimensional civilization. After all, the eldest prince of the Orion Empire, Yakiyaka, was a disciple of a master from a 7th dimensional civilization. If the master-disciple relationship in the universe was like on Earth, where the master was regarded as a father and the disciple as a son, it was really possible. Forget it, let's not think about this anymore. Let's take one step at a time. The first thing to do now is to wait for the supply spaceship from the Orion Empire. Seito decided. Then, he ignored Gar, who was standing cautiously by the side, and left the underground space in a flash. He appeared on the ground of planet #Yin and flew into the sky. At a speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound, Seito broke through the atmosphere of planet #Yin and came to the universe. He returned to the small spacecraft parked in the orbit of planet #Yin in just a moment. Then, his figure flashed, and he entered the spacecraft and turned on the quantum stealth system. Then, at the next moment, the entire spaceship's surface blurred and rapidly turned transparent, disappearing from the pitch-black universe's starry sky. Then, Seito turned on the constant detection system to detect the surroundings. He closed his eyes and sorted out the information about the Orion Empire that he had obtained from Gar. He was formulating a revenge plan that might be used next. In the dark and unfamiliar universe, there was no distinction between the sun and the moon. Unknowingly, the time of planet #Yin passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, just as Seito and Jean Grey, who was summoned by him, were teasing and joking in the spaceship, a crisp beep suddenly sounded, attracting their attention. Seito turned his head and looked at the instrument beside him. "What's wrong?" Jean Grey asked in confusion. "The prey is here." Seito smiled. "I'm sorry, Jean. You may have to go back first." "You don't need my help?" Jean Grey asked back with interest. Although the two of them had digested the Black Phoenix's tyrannical consciousness through dual cultivation, Jean Grey did not have to worry about being affected and becoming a ruthless demon king. However, in terms of personality, Jean Grey was still uncontrollably influenced by some of the Black Phoenix's consciousness. She became more belligerent and full of mischief than before. She would always seduce Seito from time to time, which made Seito both happy and troubled. "Not for now, but it's possible in the future." Seito smiled. Chapter 2246. In the dark universe, a huge metal spaceship with a length of 3,000 meters and a height of 800 meters, with a crescent-shaped front end and a wide body, with countless laser lights flashing on its surface, slowly flew over from a distance. It arrived above the orbit of planet #Yin and continued to descend without slowing down. The spaceship broke through the atmosphere, creating a thick red flame from friction, then slowly flew over planet #Yin, and finally landed on a huge artificial open platform at the southern pole of planet #Yin. Huff! The air compressed by the landing spaceship formed a high-pressure wind, blowing away all kinds of dust and fine stones attached to the ground, forming a visible air shock wave that spread to the surroundings. Subsequently, a wide hatch of 10 meters wide and several meters high opened on one side of the spaceship's armor wall. From the hatch, huge transport vehicles filled with various materials without wheels and suspended in mid-air by the planet's repulsive force, slowly drove forward under the escort of a small team of heavily armed Orion Empire soldiers. They walked into a huge doorway on the surface and disappeared from the ground. The thunder body in the surroundings rumbled, creating terrifying lightning bolts without stopping. But shortly after the Orion Empire soldiers disappeared, Seito's figure suddenly appeared next to the spaceship with a slight change of light. Immediately afterward, he rushed into the Orion Empire's transport ship like a dark shadow and rushed to the corner of the huge cabin that instantly came into view. He then used spatial invisibility to hide himself. And fortunately, no one was alerted. In other words, the commander of the Orion Empire's transport ship never thought that they would be attacked from elsewhere in their own territory. Therefore, many of the detection devices used for alert were not turned on normally at all, which caused them to be completely unaware of Seito's infiltration. This allowed him to break into their spaceship without any surprise or danger. After more than half an hour, the group of repulsive transport vehicles and Orion Empire soldiers that previously transported materials walked back into the spaceship. However, at this time, what was placed on the repulsive transport vehicle was no longer a square space box. Instead, it was a sky blue pure crystal that had been polished into a square shape. Under the illumination of the lights in the spaceship, it reflected a magnificent blue light, blue crystal. Then, the hatch closed, sealing the entire spaceship. Then, with a gentle shake, the entire transport spaceship was once again suspended from the surface of planet #Yin under the powerful power system. The spaceship slowly turned around and rushed back into the sky. It broke through the atmosphere full of thunderclouds and poisonous gas, re-entered the universe, and flew towards the depths of the Orion constellation universe. This flight lasted for another 7 to 8 Earth days. It wasn't until the morning of the 9th Earth day that it came to a stop with another gentle tremor. Then, the hatch opened again, and the Orion Empire soldiers who had been waiting in the cabin for a long time escorted the blue crystals out of the spaceship. After that, Seito waited in the spaceship's cabin for about 5 or 6 minutes. And when he felt that it was about time, he sneaked out of the transport spaceship. Then, a huge spaceport appeared in front of him. The spaceport was extremely huge. Just the width of the side of his eyes was dozens of kilometers, and the height was the same. In front of him was the spaceport's inspection and management desk. Behind him was the boundless universe, and dozens of huge spaceships of various sizes were docked in the port, and most of the spaceships had a lot of staff standing next to them. They were inspecting the items transported from the spaceships. Obviously, they were inspecting something. Seito briefly glanced at the port's environment and withdrew his gaze. He continued to remain invisible and followed the group of non-Orion Empire aliens who escorted the goods out of the port. They walked towards the outside of the spaceport. However, things were not as simple as Seito imagined, because during the process of leaving the port, there were various inspections waiting for them. Even without knowing what went wrong, Seito's existence was detected. Immediately, a fierce alarm sounded in the port, and the combatants in the port were summoned. They held their weapons and pointed at all the aliens, including Seito, who were preparing to pass through the port. #Yen. #Yen. One of the Hunter Empire's soldiers shouted. Although Xian didn't understand what he said, he basically understood the meaning of his word from the way the aliens around him squatted down with their hands on their heads. Seito, who instantly became a crane in a flock of chickens, did not hesitate. He immediately reached out and grabbed the weapons in the hands of the Orion Empire soldiers. They flew in front of Seito, then pointed their muzzles at the soldiers in the field and pulled the trigger. In an instant, a large number of energy beams suddenly blasted toward the Orion Empire soldiers present. $. The Orion Empire soldiers screamed and dodged the attack with great strength. Therefore, under this round of attack, none of the Orion Empire soldiers died under their own weapons. However, before Seito could adjust the muzzle to attack the Orion Empire soldiers again, a strange energy wave immediately spread throughout the entire spaceport. Suddenly, Ito felt the psychokinesis he activated stagnate, and the weapons of the Orion Empire soldiers that were lifted up by the psychokinesis fell to the ground with a clatter. An Esper interference device? Seito narrowed his eyes and guessed. However, he was not surprised. After all, the space confinement device had appeared before, so there was no reason for the spaceport not to have more powerful technological equipment. Then, Seito stomped his feet and rushed in front of the Orion Empire soldiers like a cheetah. He swung his fists and feet, knocking down the heavily armed Orion Empire soldiers one by one, then rushed out of the spaceport without stopping. Since he had been discovered, Seito did not intend to hide anymore. He was ready to take his revenge directly. His first target was the spaceport he had landed in. Therefore, while Seito was running out, he kept taking out antimatter bombs, high-energy compressed shock bombs, cumulated thunder energy cloud bombs, plasma bombs, miniaturized hydrogen bombs, and many other powerful technological weapons from his hands, and threw them in all directions, bombarding the entire spaceport. Boom, 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 boom. By the time Seito ran out of the spaceport, the entire spaceport had fallen into a huge mushroom cloud and was destroyed into a pile of ruins. Ito Sei, who had broken free from the strange suppression, flashed into the air of this unknown planet. He waved his arm and summoned a portable rainbow cannon magic conductor bead that had not yet been activated. He activated it with his mind, and a small warship that was 1 meter long, 10 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters tall appeared in a colorful light. It looked like a scale model of a dimensional warship. Target diagonally below, attack. Seito ordered. Yes, my master, the artificial intelligence corresponded. Then, 2 small and 1 large magical light composed of countless runes appeared out of thin air in front of the small dimensional battleship. Energy and light gathered from all around, and under the suppression of the 2 small and 1 large magical binding bands, they condensed into a ball of energy that contained super high power. Then, with a boom, it suddenly bombarded the surface of the planet below. The rainbow cannon was like a long rainbow, instantly bombarding the ground. Then, a huge ball of light emerged from the ground and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge hemispherical light shield with a diameter of tens of kilometers and a height of tens of kilometers. Everything in its path was annihilated into nothingness. Boom! Then, a loud explosion rang out, and the entire sphere of light instantly turned from white to black, turning into a distorted air that was rotating at high speed. It released a tremendous suction force, sucking and engulfing all matter within a range of 100 kilometers. The matter was annihilated into dust and disappeared into the pitch-black space. This situation lasted for about half a minute before it came to an end. It collapsed into a small black dot and disappeared into the air like a popped bubble, leaving only a huge, terrifying crater that was almost half a kilometer in diameter and dozens of kilometers deep. Water was gradually seeping out of the crater on the surface of the planet. At the same time, the small dimensional battleship that had completed the rainbow cannon shot out a large amount of hot steam as if it was exhausting, enveloping Seito and the small dimensional battleship. Seito, who was very satisfied with the effect of this attack, put away the small dimensional battleship that would not be able to fire another shot for a short period of time. He activated Blink and left the scene, heading to another place tens of thousands of kilometers away from the scene. He then took out another rainbow cannon magic device, activated it, and fired another rainbow cannon attack. Boom! Then, the second attack, the third attack, the fourth attack. In just half an hour, Ito Mori completely plowed this natural star of Orion Empire with his continuous attacks. The whole natural star was dented, and numerous people were killed or injured. The whole planet was even beaten back to its original state at the beginning of the planet. There were erupting volcanoes, earthquakes, and tsunamis everywhere. Thick poisonous smoke covered the sky like dark clouds, blocking the sun. In just half an hour, Ito Mori completely plowed this natural star of Orion Empire. It could be said that if no effort was made to govern this planet, it would be a waste. And even if it were to be governed, it would take at least 10 years for people to survive, let alone to return to its original state. Seito, who was very satisfied with his revenge, smiled lightly and flew away from the planet in a flash. He arrived in space, summoned a spaceship, and hurriedly flew toward the Orion Empire's imperial planet, where the headquarters of the Orion Empire was located. Chapter 2247. Inside a huge blue planet as beautiful as Earth, in a majestic building towering into the clouds, an Orion with thick dark blue smoke billowing around him sat on an exaggerated golden throne with a backrest of several meters. His cold aura enveloped the entire space. "Who can tell me what's going on?" The Orion on the throne said slowly. But what greeted him was a dead silence. "Sister, speak." Seeing that no one answered, the Orion Emperor called out, "Your Majesty, the Intelligence Department is using the space backtracking system to extract the remaining space particles above planet *****. I believe it won't take long to get the answer." In the hall, a chubby Orion bowed his head and said respectfully, "Is that so?" The Orion Emperor said non-committally, "Yes, Your Majesty." The sister responded, "How long will it take?" The Orion Emperor asked. The sister, who did not expect the Emperor to ask such a detailed question, was stunned and did not know how to answer. Although he was in charge of the Empire's intelligence department, the specific case was handled by the people below. Who knows how long it will take them to find out what they want? The Orion Emperor's brows furrowed under the smoke, and he groaned softly with a hint of displeasure. The sister said nervously, "It may take another day." "One day," the Orion Emperor said softly. The sister, who was afraid that she would cause trouble by talking nonsense, lowered her head and did not dare to answer. "Then I will wait here for a day. If there is no result after a day." The Orion Emperor stopped talking and looked at the sister in the hall without the slightest emotion. "I am willing to resign from the position of Minister of Intelligence of the Empire and accept a military trial." The blue smoke outside the sister's body tightened and retracted as she said in a trembling voice. Hearing this, the Orion Emperor moved his gaze away slightly, closed his eyes, and rested. Finally, the sister, who could no longer feel the uneasy feeling on her back, breathed a sigh of relief and calmed her emotions slightly. But not long after, the smoke around her quickly churned again. "You bastards must find out the truth within a day. Otherwise, if I die, you won't have an easy time." In the Orion Empire, the harshest trial was not civil law, but military law. Those who violated the military law rarely escaped death, and even if they did not die, they would become half-disabled afterwards. What's more, the sister worked in the intelligence department, which was one of the more shady jobs. She was covered in mud from head to toe. Even if she wanted to clean it, she would not be able to clean, so the final result must be the death penalty. In other words, Mumu was betting his life on the intelligence department's efficiency. It was no wonder he was so agitated. But now that things had come to this, there was nothing Mumu could do to change anything. She could only accompany the Emperor, who had gone crazy for some unknown reason, to wait in the main hall together with the other high-ranking officials of the Emperor. This wait lasted for almost half a day, and the deadline for Mumu was about to arrive. At this moment, Mumu could no longer hold it in. The blue smoke around her body seemed to be wrapped in flames as it kept churning and surging. At the same time, other high-ranking military and political officials also looked at him with sympathy or gloating. However, just when the Orion Emperor thought he was doomed, the report he had been looking forward to was finally delivered to the Imperial Palace of the Orion Empire. "Your Majesty, there is an investigator outside who claims to be from the Orion Empire's intelligence department. He requests to meet with the Orion Emperor, saying that he has something important to report." A Orion Empire soldier guarding the Imperial Palace Hall walked into the hall and bowed his head. "Let him in." The Orion Emperor slowly opened his eyes and looked at the guard. "Yes." The guard responded, got up, and left the hall. Not long after, another Orion with blue smoke billowing around him walked into the hall. He put his hands on his shoulders, bowed, and saluted. Roger Emmer greets your majesty and all sirs. Roger Emmer, is there a result of the investigation about the asterisk? After the Orion named Roger Imra saluted, the anxious intelligence minister on the side quickly asked. This was not rude. After all, Roger Emmer was looking for the Orion Emperor, not to mention that the Orion Emperor was the person in charge of this matter. There was no problem for him to ask the Orion Emperor first. Yes, Minister. Roger Emmer nodded and admitted. Quickly bring out the results of the investigation. The Orion Emperor confirmed. Roger Emmer did not speak. He raised his head and looked at the Orion Emperor sitting high on the throne. The latter's expression did not change. He said softly, I also want to hear the results of the investigation. Yes, Your Majesty. Roger Emmer bowed his head. Then he raised his head again and took out a metal disc the size of a coffee cup tray from his arms. His index finger pressed on the center of the disc, and a laser light immediately shot out from the small circle inside the disc, forming an optical screen in midair. A video of Sei-To bombarding the planet with a laser beam and rushing out of the spaceport by force was then played on the optical screen. Fortunately, the video was not long. It was played in less than a minute, and the final image was completely fixed on Sei-To's face. Then, Roger Emmer reached out and pointed at the image of Sei-To on the screen in midair. He separated the image of Sei-To from the screen and formed a new optical screen that naturally expanded. Then, while watching the new explanatory text that appeared next to the image of Sei-To, he used his own words to report to the Orion Emperor and the ministers in the hall who were paying attention to him. This is the culprit who destroyed Planet X. Earthling, name unknown, through hashtag. The transport ship returning from Planet X landed on Planet X, and during the inspection, it was discovered by the dangerous creature detection system. After that, it clashed with the port guard force and used force to break through. At the same time, it used suspected space compression equipment to carry many strong material and energy technology weapons to destroy the port. His attitude toward the Empire, hostile. The number and quality of the weapons he controls, unknown. The force he belongs to, unknown. It is suspected that he is related to the Milky Way Federation. According to the investigation, during the Earth's dimensional ascension, he had frequent contact with the Sirius Star Fleet. Comprehensive assessment, triple threat. Recommended to kill him immediately. After that, Roger Emmer stopped talking and raised his head to look at the Orion Emperor. How did he appear on hashtag? The transport ship returning from Planet X. The Orion Emperor asked softly. He sneaked in. According to the investigation, the transport ship's commander, Major Sisler, had neglected his duties during the escort process. He often didn't follow the regulations of the special ship type's navigation regulations to carry out detection. This was the case during the transport this time. He didn't follow the regulations to activate the detection device, which led to this incident. Roger Emmer replied. Then how did he appear on hashtag? Planet X, the Orion Emperor asked again. It's still unknown. However, my colleague has personally gone to hashtag. Planet X has launched an investigation, and there should be a result soon, Roger Emmer replied. Where is he now? The Orion Emperor nodded non-committally and asked Sei-To. Judging from the traces of space movement left behind when he left, he is currently flying to Orion Emperor planet, but it is not ruled out that he will stop at Planet X. Planet X, or stop at Planet X, Roger Emmer replied. You are dismissed, the Orion Emperor said. Yes, Your Majesty. This lowly official will retire. Roger Emmer bowed his head and saluted. Then he put away the optical screen and the small disc, turned around, and left the hall. An Earthling? It's actually an Earthling. My dignified Orion Empire actually had a natural ecological planet destroyed by a native from a small barbaric planet. What are you guys doing? What use do I have for you? After Roger Emmer left, the Orion Emperor, who had been silent, suddenly chuckled and muttered to himself. However, other than the fact that he was fine at the beginning, his voice was filled with uncontrollable rage. It caused the dark blue clouds around him to churn violently and release powerful energy waves, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. The Orion Empire's higher-ups in the hall were in awe. They bowed their heads, not daring to provoke the furious emperor. Janalv, receive the order. The transport ship's commander, CCC Slor, has neglected his duties and disregarded the emperor's orders. His crime is unforgivable, and he will be sent to the military court for punishment. In addition, I order Planet X, and Planet X to be under martial law. Immediately capture that damn Earthling, dead or alive. I only want results. Do you understand? Then, the Orion Emperor shouted at a minister below. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll do it right away. Orion, whose cloud color looked much thinner than the others, almost could not cover the person's true face, responded respectfully. After speaking, he did not hesitate and immediately left the palace hall. Moo, this time, I don't want to hear any bad news. Then, the Orion Emperor said to the Minister of Intelligence of the Empire, Moo, who was lucky enough to escape. Yes, Your Majesty. I will not let Your Majesty down this time. Moo immediately patted his chest and promised loudly. You may all leave. The Orion Emperor said in a soft voice, neither approving nor disapproving. Then, everyone bowed to the Orion Emperor and left the palace hall. Damn Earthling! After leaving the palace hall, the Minister of Intelligence of the Empire, Moo, who was completely relieved, cursed hatefully. Yes, that damned Earthling, the others replied in unison. Chapter 2248. Beep, 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 beep. In the aircraft flying at high speed in the subspace, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded in the quiet cockpit. Then, before Sei-Ito could check what was going on, a powerful energy shock suddenly appeared in the subspace, in front of the small aircraft driven by Sei-Ito. Then the small aircraft shook violently and forcibly broke out of the subspace. Then a fleet of fleets was reflected in Sei-Ito's eyes through the optical screen of the small aircraft. It was the fleet of the Orion Empire. The size of this fleet was not small, consisting of hundreds of huge crescent-shaped spaceships with a length of 4,000 to 5,000 meters, a height of hundreds of meters, and a width of about a kilometer. They were dark all over, so dark that it was almost impossible to tell their true position in the universe. Obviously, the metal coating on the exterior of these battleships had a strong light absorption and invisibility effect. The ferocious cannons protruded out, faintly accumulating energy, aiming at the small aircraft Sei-Ito was riding, causing the aircraft's lock-on detection system to constantly emit shrill alarms. This is the Orion Empire. Planet Yengard Force, Earthling, now officially order you to stop the spaceship, lock on the weapon system, and accept our boarding inspection. Otherwise, we have the right to destroy you and your aircraft on the spot for the crime of invading the territory of the Orion Empire. Then in the next moment, a warning in Earth's English was transmitted from the multi-frequency radio equipment, and the voice and tone of the voice were very strong. I'd be a fool if I listened to you, Sei-Ito said to himself with a mocking expression. Then with a thought, he put the small aircraft into the Rubik's Cube world, and then without hesitation, he jumped away from the place with his instant transmission ability. The next moment, several energy beams containing terrifying energy fluctuations quickly flew from a distance, passing through Sei-Ito's original position. Sei-Ito, who reappeared, thought. Hundreds of glass gems the size of tennis balls suddenly appeared around him, and then shattered. Amidst the dazzling light, they transformed into miniature dimensional cruisers that looked like dimensional cruiser models built to the same scale. They floated around Sei-Ito like a group of guards. Then, Sei-Ito released his divine telekinesis and divided it into a number of divine telekinesis branches that were equivalent to the number of small dimensional ships, connecting them to the small dimensional ships. Dragon Knight system, activate. Say, Ito muttered. Then his figure flashed again, leading hundreds of small dimensional ships to dodge another beam from the Orion Empire's fleet. Activate the Rainbow Light Cannon. Itsunari, who appeared again, ordered with his mind. Yes, my master. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of restraining halos of different sizes formed by strange runes with magical power appeared in front of the small dimensional vessel. Turning into light-devouring black holes, they gathered the light beams and atomic energy around them and condensed them into huge energy light balls with a diameter of hundreds of meters. But in this way, the small dimensional cruiser's target became uncontrollably huge. And the Orion Empire's fleet, which learned from the energy detection device that these light balls were dangerous, did not hesitate to attack the energy light balls gathered by the small dimensional cruisers in a scattered manner. But Ito, who did not want his attack to be destroyed, did not hesitate either. He flashed to the front of the many small dimensional cruisers, stretched his hands forward, and fully unleashed his psychokinesis, creating a barrier that stretched tens of kilometers in front of himself and the many small dimensional cruisers. The barrier was also tens of kilometers in height, with a huge arc-shaped psychokinesis barrier on the surface, standing in the void. And because of the squeezing of energy limit, the originally transparent and invisible psychokinesis barrier gradually gained color. It emerged from the void, like a huge, colorful light curtain across the universe, blocking in front of Ito and the many small dimensional cruisers. Then, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed, and a powerful energy shockwave was transmitted into Ito's mind through the psychokinesis barrier and the mental power connection. His mind was stirred up. Ito, who suddenly felt a tingling pain in his head, groaned and frowned. But he still did not disperse the psychokinesis barrier in front of him, and continued to maintain the psychokinesis barrier to resist until there was a pause in the Orion Empire's attack. At this time, Ito immediately retracted the psychokinesis barrier and shouted with his mind, "Fire!" In an instant, hundreds of colorful light beams suddenly blasted out from his side, cut through the void of the universe, and fell into the Orion Empire's fleet on the opposite side. Silently, hundreds of light beams suddenly bloomed and quickly spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they turned into hundreds of huge spheres with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers, enveloping the hundreds of Orion Empire's battleships. Then, as the light beams converged, the light spheres turned into huge black holes, forming a rapidly rotating vortex that released a boundless suction force, forcibly sucking in the battleships that were not immediately enveloped by the light spheres when they erupted. Nearly 100 strong suction forces formed a terrifying area of gravitational chaos, competing for the battleships that did not enter the hole, and then unceremoniously tore them into pieces one by one and pulled them into the big hole. It could be said that this area of the universe, which stretched nearly 1,000 kilometers and had a depth of 200 to 300 kilometers, had truly evolved into a desolate area under the intensive attack of the prismatic light cannons. Regardless of whether it was a large battleship or a passing meteorite, nothing could escape the pull of the gravitational force created by the prismatic light cannons. They were all sucked into the black holes and annihilated into nothingness. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. In less than a minute, all the black holes quickly stopped and collapsed into extremely small black spots. Then, like a pile of bubbles, they burst and disappeared into the void of the universe, leaving behind a blank area of energy that had not yet recovered. Whoosh! Following that, the surface of all the small dimensional ships that had completed their attack mission protruded. Several metal pillars with small, crisscrossing eyes protruded from the hull of the ships, and a large amount of hot white steam was emitted from them. It spread out in the dark universe. After the heat dissipation was over, Ito used his mind to put away all the small dimensional ships. He summoned the small aircraft again and entered the operation room in a flash. I remember that the fleet mentioned a planet just now. They are the garrison of that planet. Since that is the case, I will pay a visit to that planet. As Ito-Sei thought about it, he pulled out the star map of the Orion constellation. From it, he found his position and the planet closest to him. After setting the course, he drove the spacecraft to fly toward that planet. The high-speed spacecraft turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the universe in an instant. 10 minutes later, the small aircraft appeared around the orbit of the target planet. It was a planet with 4 colors of blue, brown, red, and green. It was very large, about the same size as Saturn, and there were 8 moon-like satellites around it, as well as a nebular ring that was like a belt around the horizontal line in the middle of the planet. There were modified spaceports on the satellites, and dozens or hundreds of huge battleships freely floated around the satellites and the planet, like a patrol team patrolling around the planet. Unfortunately, the location where Sei Ito's spacecraft appeared was not far from a patrol team, so it was not surprising that it was discovered by the other party. Sei Ito did not hesitate and immediately used his mind to put away the spacecraft. He launched instant transmission and appeared in front of the patrol team in a flash. The cosmic domain expanded outward and shrouded all the battleships in front of him. In an instant, dozens of huge planets appeared out of thin air around the patrol fleet. They slowly rotated around them. Explode. Then, Sei Ito shouted softly. After a loud boom, the dozens of planets that rotated around the patrol fleet all exploded. It released a powerful energy impact that was visible to the naked eye and blasted toward the battleship in the center of the explosion. Boom! Under the energy impact that was like the explosion of a real planet. The battleship that was hit immediately shattered and exploded. It turned into a huge reddish-yellow cloud of smoke. Then Sei Ito stretched out his hand and waved, and the cosmic domain and the wreckage of the Orion Empire's battleships disappeared from the universe. Sei Ito, who got rid of a patrol team, did not stay in the universe. He swooped down and flew toward the natural planet in front of him. Sei Ito's body turned into a stream of light and rushed into the planet like a meteor. In the atmosphere of planet Yen, he flew toward the surface without slowing down. Under the rapid speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound, it didn't take long for Sei Ito to break through. Planet Yen's atmosphere entered the natural sky of the planet. However, before he could carefully observe the natural environment and human conditions on the planet, a rapid alarm echoed in the sky above the planet, and then a large number of underground aircrafts immediately appeared in the sky and quickly flew toward Sei Ito's location. Seeing the arrival of the enemy, Sei Ito's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, hundreds and thousands of soldiers wearing black battle suits similar to exoskeleton armor appeared in the sky around him. Destroy them. Then Sei Ito looked at the approaching aircrafts in front of him and said in a low voice, "Yes." The soldiers around him responded in unison. At the next moment, the figures of these soldiers flashed in unison, disappearing from his side in a manner similar to teleportation. They then appeared next to the many fighter aircrafts that were flying over rapidly. They brandished the energy weapons in their hands and attacked the fighter aircrafts one after another. The aircrafts naturally wouldn't stand there stupidly. They flew sideways or up and down to avoid the soldiers' attacks. In this regard, the soldiers were not discouraged and continued to chase after the aircrafts. In an instant, densely packed beams of light appeared in the vast blue sky of the planet like a rainstorm. Seeing that the aircrafts sent by the enemy were blocked, Sei Ito ignored them. With a thought, he switched to another batch of rainbow light cannons and launched attacks on the ground in batches. Boom! Light bloomed, and a huge sphere with a diameter of 100 kilometers appeared on the ground, sucking in the surrounding buildings and the people of Orion and other civilizations into the space. Boom! After the explosion, a deep pit appeared on the ground of the planet, penetrating the crust and causing the underground magma to rush into the pit. Boom! The seawater was swallowed, and the huge gap caused the ocean currents to flow backward, stirring the ocean and creating a terrifying tsunami that hit the alien cities along the coast. Boom! Mountains disappeared, the earth shattered, and all kinds of deadly things began to appear on the planet. Boom! The people began to panic and hide helplessly. Then, one after another, they were killed by the terrifying disasters and the aftermath of the battle between the soldiers and the aircrafts in the sky, turning into broken corpses with not even a speck of dust left. Under the continuous bombardment of Ito's rainbow light cannons, the entire planet began to move toward the destruction of civilization and the destruction of the living environment. However, at this moment, a swarm of black spots suddenly appeared in the sky, like a plague of locusts, and rushed into the interior of the planet like rain. These black spots were none other than the soldiers of the Orion Empire. Each of them wore individual armor or piloted an interplanetary aircraft and joined the battle against Ito. Seeing this, Ito did not hesitate. He immediately released more soldiers from the Rubik's Cube world. In an instant, tens of thousands of well-trained soldiers wearing the crystallized technology of the Rubik's Cube world appeared in the sky and clashed with the soldiers of the Orion Empire. A total of 100,000 soldiers from both sides densely covered the sky like a huge dark cloud, covering an area of hundreds of kilometers. After that, Ito ignored the soldiers of the Orion Empire and continued his destruction of the planet. "It's really big. Looks like I'll have to speed up," Ito said to himself. With that thought in mind, his figure flashed as he created several hundred clones that looked exactly like him. He then gave each of them 20 rainbow light cannons and all sorts of powerful destructive weapons. He then had the clones leave him to wreak havoc in other places. As for why he didn't give his shadow clones more rainbow light cannons, it wasn't that he didn't want to. It was just that he didn't have a lot of them. Excluding those that had been used once and were in the process of being recharged, he only had a little more than 1,000 rainbow light cannons. This included the ones that Ito had retrieved from Earth's orbit after the solar system had a dimensional barrier. After all, this toy should be a high-risk item. Apart from controlling it himself, Ito had no intention of letting it run rampant in the Rubik's Cube world. Who knew when some brainless resident who had a chance to get it would go crazy and destroy a planet? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.